half a day in Hekian. I just ate a cookie. But yeah, it's time for more. Also, I noticed I was doing a lot of leaning to the left, apparently. I was just so into it, man. And my roommate has let me know that it's not that I look like a cow or chobits. I look like Elfin Lied. And I was like, no. But anyway, some communities distinguish tameable animals from dangerous beasts, while others see them all as wild monsters or dark creatures, the enemies of mankind. I'm gonna say load, because I made sure to specifically load those. Also, I found out you can end the game almost immediately. I kind of want to try. Let me just see. Alright, I'm gonna speed through this because, like, we know what they say, and yeah, I might be picking different stuff, but, like, it doesn't matter. The idea is I'm going to quickly end this game, at least with this save file. And then we ask this, like, what happened to the previous Roadwarden? And they're like, oh, this happened. And they're like, I lost my rope, can I have one? And they're like, here you go, here's a rope. And it's like, cool, thanks. Right, we're like, ba-da-da-da-da. Alright, so we go sleepy sleeps. Just sleepy sleeps. I'm just trying to get back to the travel, because someone did it way earlier, and I was like, oh, there we go. Unless they did it here. No, I can't do it here. No! Hold on. Maybe I have to travel north first. Yeah, I'm just like, blah, blah, blah. Because there's, like, apparently an arrow that, like, just immediately takes you back to the city. And I'm like, is that an option? Or is that an old option? Oh, it might be an old option. Alright, well, let me get back to the main menu. Yes. I'm gonna load. And we're gonna load from our game that we were doing yesterday. Ooh, did I read all this, or is this still new? What's right? This is where I leave the two of you with your boring tree talks. Yes, we read this. There's so much to do. I'm guessing it was an old update then. Or a previous update. But, like, I saw it. I saw the developer was like, hey, here's the quickest way to end the game. Also, found out the ocean, only 20 point something percent of players have gotten to it, but, like, everybody's made, not everybody, but, like, 69% has made it to the crossroads. And I'm like, what happened? Why don't people go to the ocean? Alright. Makes an awkward cut with a chisel and lets out a quiet, oh, we're already here. Ned starts to rub the plank with his thumb. Bandits, you say? Soldiers from the city have already taken care of them. He pretends that there are no bands in the north. I need to gain his trust. Is Asterion around? He halts his work and looks at you with an exaggerated frown. That's a weird question. You're the first Roadwarden I've seen in, well, this season, I think. Did you check in the western villages? You'll get to Haller's End simply staying on the road. His right hand, still holding a tool, is now squeezing his stomach gently. People say that he spent a lot of time in your village. You're hiding something. He adjusts his shoulder cape and clears his throat with a grunt. People, eh? Well, there's some truth to that, but Asterion isn't here, and we don't know where he is. He took our coins, but for fair labor, he moved wares to other settlements, patrolled the roads, escorted an old woman to a druid and back. Did you know you can get good prices for iron at Haller's Den? But even better at White Marshes? Seeing your look, he turns away and rests his elbow on his workbench. His plans are his own problem, and I have no reason to believe he wanted to be found, nor can I help you. The village isn't much older than you are. What's its story? He proudly raises a carving knife and gestures for you to look around. It may be a young village, but there's a lot to say. While his story is bloated with names, relationships, a step-by-step description of the growth of the settlement, and bothersome creatures, you get the gist of it. The settlers arrived here 25 years ago, soon after one of the 10 cities had fallen to the southern invasion. Most of them came from the capital, while some joined them along the way. They soon came to realize that none of the villages had enough space or the will to host a few dozen refugees. The folks of Gale Rocks used to have a much kinder attitude towards strangers than they do now, and they offered the newcomers to stay at the beach behind their village. Yet there was nothing for them to eat other than what they caught in the saltwaters. They soon started their search for a land remote enough to not compete with the locals, and with the help of kind folks from Gale Rocks, White Marshes, Old Pagos, and others, as Eli vaguely states. They received enough wood and tools to turn a scrap of this plateau into a clearing, then a camp, a hamlet, and finally a village. Yeah, like it does look nice, like this cliff. Amazing. There's a widow ladder here. I try to pay attention. Fascinating stuff. I pay attention. The tale is assisted by walking around the village, introducing you to the original settlers or their offspring, and showing you some of the treasures displayed in the House of Gatherings. A unicorn's horn, found at the heart of the woods, a blue rock that's shaped and hollow like an egg, and is darker inside. An arrow that hit a fright ape in an eye and knocked it down. Behind each of them, there are names, stories, and memories. At the very end, Eli leads you back to his workbench, holding a hand on his conspicuous stomach. To give his throat some rest, he turns the topic around. And what are the folks in Havana like, friend? Foggy says there are thousands of souls at the capital, and one can go their entire life still finding new faces in the crowd. May be so, but my city feels lonely. There's many people, but all of them are too busy with their duties. People spend time with their families and close friends, especially ones they work with. They're close to each other, but no soul knows what happens behind doors. In the evenings, the streets feel empty. It's hard to get to know new people when everyone's so busy, but kids spend a lot of time together and build long-term friendships. One can easily find groups to hang out with, people shop together, work, take baths, pray, and when one has nothing to do, they just go outside and seek company. It's not easy to build a strong friendship, though. Hard to say, the merchants are getting richer, the priests have their games, craft guilds decide who goes in and out, and the workers have to compete. There are no monsters on the streets, at least not every day, but there's distrust in many souls. None of these sound too good. They all sound a little... I'm gonna go with this. He nods. I'm gonna go with everyone's too busy to hang out with each other. A few years back, we had a visitor who hoped to move in with us, saying they were a stranger in their own land. We agreed, and they departed to Havana to pick up their things, but never came back. Does this bother you, this loneliness? Alright, game, you're getting a little too real with me. Stop it. I've learned to live with it. It's part of my nature. I couldn't. I need these folks. He looks at a few young people on the opposite side of the square. They were also observing the two of you and now give you awkward smiles. Eli adjusts his shoulder cloak and asks if you need anything. I'd like to know more about the peninsula. Our tribe won't be of much help there, he admits while judging the harsh surface of a small plank. It was our parents who did all the traveling, and they did so while we were kids or not yet born. Most of them are already gone, and most of us travel no farther than to Foggy's, and only when we have to. What do you think about Ephraim? He gives you a surprised look. I care for him deeply. He's brave, has a big heart, but both of our pasts are rough. I don't think you need to hear about them. I've heard you have some issues with the Eastern Path. At first he gives you a bright smile, but then nods with a sigh. Aye. So our issues are so clear that folks gossip on them? I'm glad you came to our help, friend, but it doesn't feel right to admit we need help from an outsider. He stands up slowly, walks away, and leaps over one of the log-made tables and looks for something in the pile of wood. In this part of the land, there's always going to be something to do for a road warden. He straightens up with a piece of charred wood in his hand and gets back to you. As he draws black lines on the workbench, he mentions a few names. Creeks, Foggies, Gale Rocks there, here's the lake. The map is simplistic and doesn't align with your own understanding of local distances, but you follow his descriptions without issue. The path from here to the south is getting too wild for us. He repines, making another few strokes. The merchants travel through the other route, through Howler's Den, past my old Pagos and White Marshes. Once they reach Foggy, they already have full stomachs and many deals close. And when they travel back, they visit the same places again. Folks already know that trading here takes a long time. So you're going to give them an option to get to you first and move west without backtracking and do so all by yourself? How? Well, I'm sure you can find some help. He pats his stomach without noticing that he leaves a few black dots on his leather jacket. There's a few things you could do. Follow the eastern road and see if it's clear. Are there any safe shelters left? Any blockades to get rid of? Is there an overgrown path to burn? Maybe see if the road from here to the western crossroads is safe, or if the carts could get through the heart of the woods, if you're brave enough. I hope your soul with sage judgment. Seeing your puzzled look, he rests his palms on the table with a shy smile. I know I'm vague, but I bet you already know more about these roads than I do, friend. His eyes return to the map. This is why I can't be a voice actor. Sorry about that. His eyes return to the map, and after a moment of hesitation, he rubs an uneven line with his thumb. You forgot to mention my pay. How can you know? If I'll be honest with you, where would you like me to start? Would it be better for you to put work? You can split the labor with the other settlements. Oh. Boop. They can't be trusted, especially some of them. He crosses the western side of his map with a long, thin line. Even a paved route would force merchants to add a day of pointless travel to their plans, and that's a big loss in their trade. Having our path clear gives everyone more options and more convenience. How can you know if I'm honest with you? He looks at you in silence and clenches his stomach. Can't, most likely? But the more news you bring us, the farther away from the village our foragers and hunters will be willing to roam. Foggy's boys as well, I expect. Sooner or later the truth will surface, and I'll advise my tribe to take a lesson from whatever we're about to find. Where would you like to start? Go to the shelters set just at the side of the roads. There's a ruined campsite west of Foggy's. He makes a small circle on his map. Or you could go south to a cabin our elders built. He makes a larger square. It's halfway from here to the river. Take a look around, see what's their condition. If there are any beasts around, you can handle a few small creatures, can't you? So 2 shelters, and then you could just want me to take care of anything I find? He laughs, but not with his eyes. Forgive me, friend, but you don't sound like someone with much experience behind them. You're nothing like a steer, and he took pride in his self-reliance. That depends on what you're about to do, The tribe has but a few dragons. To confirm his words, he enters the nearby house from which he picks up an old wooden case, crude in shape and with an unsightly engraving of a 3-headed hydra on its lid. Inside it you see maybe 24 dragon bones. Let's say you'll get a dragon for any news about cleared or blocked areas, and more if it takes real effort from you. Oh, puppy dogs. So you want me to act first, pick up my reward after. You're playing with my patience. We have a deal. He flashes you a wide smile and pats his stomach. You won't regret this. He then throws away the charred wood, returns to his stool, and looks for his tools. The shelter in the west isn't safe. Better stay away from it until the dusk foxes move out. Dusk foxes? After he meets your silence, he carries on. I don't know what that is. You describe their looks and the threat they present as Ela observes the clouds, sometimes asking him to explain more. He finally squeezes his cloak and reaches for a coin that's been resting on the workbench. Well, sounds not as dangerous as a tribe of goblins, but it may be better for us to hunt them down in spring. We may need your help then. For now, a single dragon bone will be a fair pay for the news. Thanks. Well, that's a start. Keep it up. I took a look at the dome on the south. It's safe. He keeps sculpting wood and asks you about the size and the entrance of the chapel. I've heard it's small, but not that small. Not enough for a group, but maybe a lone traveler without a mount. He looks at you with a smile. Pick a dragon bone from the case, will you? I don't want to stop now. You reach toward. If he's not looking, he'll know. I grab a coin. Good to see you don't idle around, Roadwarden. I encountered a fallen tree in the far south. You describe its exact location. I guess it was unavoidable for this to happen at one point or the other. Too bad it's so far away from here. He stops his work and turns toward you. So, would you like to help us with that, friend? You ask him what he proposes, and he describes what he calls a day of honest work. Just come to me someday in the early hours. I still need to discuss this with the tribe, but I'll ask the stronger folks to travel with you to the tree. They'll agree if they feel like the roads can be trusted. Split it into blocks, get it on wagons, bring it here, and we'll go to waste, and the road will be cleaned. When you mention it's going to take an entire day, he agrees, and you'll get 5 dragon bones for it. Just come to me when you're healthy, and only if you already know what's on the route from here to that point. We put a lot of trust in your guidance and protection, Lavanus. Okay, so I have to keep exploring. So you want me to get to know the entire route, make sure it's safe enough for your tribe to follow it, come here in the morning, but only if I can handle the journey. Quite a list, but fine, we'll see. He thinks about your words, then reaches for his case. You're right, that's a lot. I can't help you much, but at least you deserve 1 bone right away for bringing me the message. Maybe buy some rations for it, or good rest. Actually, we also need at least 1 day to prepare ourselves. Thanks. Let you know if there's anything else. Let me check my inventory real quick. I have 1 food. I have 3 gold. Yay. I got an old blanket, so at least I can be like a little bit comfier. I'm worried about those bandits, Ela. He looks at you for a bit, then nods slowly. Those are not some strangers, but folks of the north, our neighbors. One of them is from our very own tribe, and they don't target us, just strangers. We ask him again if he's sure no one from this village has been targeted so far, and after a cold eye, he reaches for a carving knife. So what about Ephraim? He slowly starts to speak, making sure his tribe's folks don't eavesdrop. His soul is clouded. He thinks we have no right to waste what the dead have sacrificed for our sake, and that we disrespect them by staying weak, but all of it is just a cloak that hides him. He cares not about respect, but about his guilt. It takes a bit of convincing before he explains what he means by that. Our father died from claws, our mother from a bad birth. We used to have 5 brothers and sisters, all of them dead now. Some maybe could have been saved, but not all, and surely not by being stronger. Yet Ephraim keeps thinking he had every opportunity to fix the tragedies, and he's to blame for letting them down. Him and I both. He falls silent. But at least I put my shame to use. He reaches for his tools again. We already have everything that we need. A beautiful home, enough food, fewer beasts than ever. It's gonna be a rough lifetime for us. He takes a swing, but our kids will be fine. Let's see. I imagine being a carpenter in this part of the realm isn't easy. You have a healthy imagination. He rests his elbows on the workbench and smiles. I have patience, and I'm getting better with tools, and these are some shoddy tools, he says singingly, and it's hard to disagree with him. They've been used for many years, with only the wooden parts being somewhat in shape, since they seem to have been recently replaced. The steel chisels and saws are jagged and dull. The hammers and axes are made of stone. Some of them are brought here by the settlers, and we can't buy any more right now. There's work to be done, but I do have a plan. You ask him to explain, and he's all too eager to do so. He enters the nearby house and shows you his more successful works, each of which has some shortcomings, noticeable even to a layperson. A bowl engraved with a fish was poorly planned, with animals too large to fit into the entire space, so a part of it is blank. A simple relief of 2 naked people in their embrace looks almost believable, but the legs are in one case too long and in the other too short. One chair has a broken leg, and the remaining 3 show that they are a bit too ambitiously shaped and got dangerously thin. The chest seems fine, but equipment sticks out of it, and the man acknowledges that he wrongly estimated the required size. So you want to be an artist? Better. I want to turn pots, cups, weapons, covers, everyday stuff into things of beauty. Seeing your look, he pats his stomach. I know I'm far from mastering it, but trust me, these are so much better than the ones I did this winter, and I started only 3 years ago. His pride makes him look even larger, especially in the shoulders. There aren't many carpenters in the peninsula. Folks do things for their own use, but I'll be a specialist. It's the city thing, Foggy told me so. Not just a jointer, but someone who does only a few things, but better than the others. The tribe supports me with food and time, and I'll pay them back with dragon bones. And prettier houses! When he leads you outside, you start to share some of his excitement, but most of it dwindles away after you sit down at his workbench again, on wobbly stools, surrounded by broken planks and crude tools. I need a wooden lantern, one useful for an adventurer. Dreaming of caves and treasures? He glanced at the nearest pile of planks. I should have some glue and leather to spare, but making a lantern would take me half a day, and I've got a lot of sawing ahead. He points at a broken chair behind him with his thumb. Maybe another time? Easter pan? Okay, no, still the same. I'll see you later. Go to Old Hava, approach the shallow creek. Maybe there's some locals looking for a match in the village. I don't know, that one dude we met seemed pretty on point. Let's go to Old Hava. You follow the path between the fields, witnessing a one-sided conversation between Old Hava and a barely adult man. She orders him around, pointing at various plants, criticizing the sights of weeds, and addressing the fancy clothes he's wearing. He observes his red-dyed boots and lets out a relieved sigh after arrival. I better change, he mumbles, heading to the main square. Step out of his way. The woman spares you a wiry glance, then turns away, focused on the struggling vegetables. She's the only person in the village who wears clothes made of plant fabric, but they're weathered and covered with decades-old patches. Her hands, clasped behind her back, are constantly twitching. Hello, how are you doing? After a moment, she turns to you, slowly chewing her bottom lip. I'm doing my break. Say what you want and fast. Looking for a place to sleep? We need another hut, and we have no space for it. She gazes at you with dry, tired eyes. If you need a scrap of floor, go to the tavern. Okay. What do you have for sale? We sold what we had. We're lacking hunters, and these, she looks at the wrinkled vegetables, will go into stew if they're even worth picking. Without noticing it, she grabs her left forearm with her right hand, but it doesn't stop the twitching. We always have a fish trap to spare. We make them just in case. A large basket put in the creek and wait a day or two until something swims inside. I'll sell you one for 2 dragon bones. And if you'd rather eat something right away, she carries on after a short pause, our cooks would spare you a roast goose, grouse, or a chicken. It'll be cold, but fresh. We always have one. You never know when there are maggots in your supplies, and kids shouldn't skip a meal. You ask her to tell you more about her patient's roast then. It's the best light roast in the north. We add plenty of spices to it, so spoil slowly. That's it. Show me how the traps work. Whole meal cooked with care. Basket made of wines and willow. I'm gonna say let's hold off. 'Cause money. She cracks her knuckles. I met some annoying howlers. Do you have any earplugs? Her shoulders flinch. But will that work? They can break the skull of a deaf shell. After you shrug, she looks at one of the farmers who's wearing mouflon fur. Give me something good to eat and I'll give you a few tufts of thick wool. Put them in your ears and wear them under a tight hood. What do I have? Do I have food rations? I have one. I need to eat this. Yeah, I won't be able to restore health if I'm not at better tum-tums. Will a dragon bullet be fine? She chews her bottom lip. I'd never ask for so much, but if you insist. She orders the farmer to bring her a knife. After a few minutes, you hold a new pair of earplugs. Yay! Why don't you move your traps to Foggy's? What's it to you? She doesn't wait for your response. Does her yard look like it has space for nets? Alright, bye-bye. Alright, I'll wait until I eat, because maybe when I'm at the tavern, maybe they feed me. You know, I'm gonna wait. Alright, Shallow Creek. With the calming sounds of the waterfall around you, you observe the stream as clean as a spring. The oak, ash soap, and teeth can get you cleaner. Oh yeah, please. There are no fish or plants to bother you, and with your feet find mud among the not always smooth pebbles. The water reaches above your waist, allowing you to have some fun and splash every spot of your shell. Thanks to the gentle flow, you are able to remove the mud stains from your clothes and boots. Yay! It's too worn out to make a real difference in combat. Oh, that's great, but I'm a bit cleaner, so yay. I'm gonna go check on Efren. Or no, let's check on the locals. After a few minutes, you find yourself sitting at a table with Shoshi, a dark-haired 20-year-old who some would call a woodcutter, others a singer. In both of these roles, her massive statue must be of help. When she walks, she either carries a large axe on her shoulders or swings it around, towering over her tribesfolk like a chieftain from the Tales of War. She admits she enjoys a friendly shag from time to time, but can't see a future for her in creeks. Enough of these friends lose their lives in the wilderness. I start seeing cats and gargoyles in every shadow. I'd rather have a few calm, safe years at the side of a pretty little woman who I'll see in my bed in the evenings. Though you know, friend, not just her. She lets out a sonorous laughter. You mention that you don't know if she'll be able to keep her trade after moving away, and she strokes her axe with affection. I'd miss the woods, but who knows? My tribe can't be the only one that cuts trees around here, You try to ask her about her worldview, but she gets bored by the topic. We here, she looks around, have no temples and priests, and I don't aim to become one. Ooh. Yeah, she might like Marina. Well, you found quite that someone, friend, and I've heard a lot of good things about her home, but this right talk makes me worried. Are you sure she'll be ready to keep our bonds loose? Seeing you shrug, she sighs, tell her about me. Don't hide my plans, just speak of me kindly. If she wants to have fun with me, I'll make her life warmer, and I love kids. For the first time, her smile becomes humble and kind instead of playful. Bringing the villages together. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Sorry. He's lost in his thoughts. What do you think about Ela? He repeats your question, making sure he heard correctly. I respect him. He took good care of me as an older brother. Our tale isn't an easy one, so I'd rather keep it to ourselves before you blurt something back to him. I plan to help the foragers with catching a big runner. Any tips? So that's their scheme. He looks in the tavern's direction, pausing for a moment, and straightens up. So you're seeking advice from a more experienced hunter. He pats his club proudly. Well, there is the usual stuff. Don't fight hungry, have a decent jacket, be sure to have something to block a bird's charge. Oh, and maybe, he points at the sky, then stretches out his arms, as if holding long stick, a spear. The longer you keep a runner at distance, the better. What, why don't you help them? Well, they didn't ask any of our tribesfolk, so I guess we're not welcome. I thought they had realized they weren't fit to be hunters. Lon is a bit of a sissy, and Civi, he takes a longer pause, would have a hard time finding anyone to hunt with. It's a matter of trust, you see. Are you the only hunter? But of course not. He takes a suspicious long pause. 7 of us! The tribe is small, we have enough food without daily traps. If we catch too much meat, it spoils, so it's better to let the animals feel safe. You try to change the topic, but the man suddenly looks around and lowers his wolf's head. Well, there's just one issue. 3 of my friends left the village just a few days ago, and they haven't returned yet, but they should. Elaw's growing worried. Do the hunters from the Pelt of the North hinder your job? Nah, they only get closer when they chase after wounded prey, so our woods stay mostly the same. You could have another village twice our size, he glances toward the gate, halfway from here to Pelt, and there would still be more than enough game for every belly, as long as they would forage and set up farms. You ask him if he's ever considered joining professional hunters, but he takes off the wolf's head and gives it to you so you can take a better look. It's weirdly warm from the sun. That's the only wolf any of us felled in the last 5 years, you see. Not that we're cowards, he suddenly raises his voice. Our trade just isn't like the big game hunters. I place fish traps, put glue to catch birds, shoot rocks at rats and rabbits. When in a group, we may seek roe deer or oryx. He takes the hat back and looks at it with nostalgia. Those in the inn seek trophies, not meat, so they hunt for big beasts, ones that, bite back. Our ways are different, but I like that bunch. At least they smile, unlike others in the peninsula. Hunters will always find a common tongue. Once you see enough blood and guts, you have to laugh or go crazy. To work with Ursus from Gale Rocks, do they know their trade? Aye, with both of them, but I'd rather hunt for frogs than waste my time teaching them both how to not trip on their own feet. He rubs the forehead of his wolf, not aware that you're waiting for him to tell you more. What, surprised? He finally asks. Erastus barely knows how to catch a rabbit or a sparrow. He's as much of a trapper as a child with a stick as a soldier. And Cassia's even worse. Big mouth, sure, but whenever we seek blades at Gale Rocks to help us catch a big prey, she suddenly gets a headache. What do you think about the hunters that aren't back yet? He walks around from time to time, looking at you with an open mouth, not sure how to start. He takes off his heavy cloak and looks you in the eyes. They left for a few days to seek and kill some big game, each of them a different one, then bring all of them for me to judge. His confident voice falters when he mentions his own part. The winner would have caught me the prey of the greatest seas, rarity, utility, and of greatest threat. He turns away and lowers the wolf's mouth. Tell me more about these. I'm gonna sippy sip. They've been a team for years and we're planning to start a family this winter, Their last big adventure before Dahlia's belly locks her home. Oh, it's a whole family? Oh, that's adorable. Alright, sorry, I'm gonna eat a little bit. Vishal is not a man, though they were born with a prick, and wear browns and greens to blend with the trees. They hunt like a gargoyle, hiding among leaves, jumping at a creature when it gets close. Because of that, they've often roamed in the woods, even those that are far from the village. All I read in this beautiful thing is that it's a poly queer family. So all 3 of them are a team for many years, and they plan to start a family. They're like one last big adventure before Dahlia has, the offspring. And then we have he, her, she, him, he, him, she, her, they, them. A hint that an honorable guest may be welcome there. He smiles at you and for a moment you think you see the wolf's head wink. Does your tribe often send lone hunters? Why not work in groups? This isn't a hunt but a competition. The winner names their first child. I have heard their arguments. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to pick a name when you have 3 parents. He chuckles to himself. Once the memory fades, he gets serious again. But I can't disagree with you, friend. It's the first time in many years since my tribe folks have gone on such a reckless trip, and I fear it may remind us why the peninsula isn't a place for adventures. That's great. They're like, it's 3 parents, and our child's gonna be named this. It's like, I'm the one birthing it, we're naming it this. Whoa, we do. I love it. They're like, you know what? We're gonna settle this the old classic way. We're gonna have a competition. We're each gonna go hunt something, and we'll come back. Isn't helping 3 young, strong souls enough? Seeing your look, he raises his voice, draws his obsidian edge club, and touches his chest with it. Then I will loyally assist you, friend. For your brave deeds, you may count on me on a day of great challenge. As he lowers his weapon, he winks at you, and others will be grateful as well. You know that. Your assistance, huh? How about some dragon bones? I'll tell you if I find anything. I'd rather have his assistance. Thanks, friend. And if you have a tale of their dead shells, bring me something to prove it. A trinket, a weapon, a thing we can throw into a pyre. Does this rawhide belong to your tribe? He gives it only a glance and throws it away. I think so? After you describe where you found it, he reaches toward the wolf's head, but doesn't touch it. Me and the other hunters go to this place in spring when there's fewer beasts around, sit on blankets, he points at the hide, eat before the hunt. Maybe we'll find a trail there? Okay, so I have to get back to the howlers. Alright, what do you know about the road running through the heart of the forest? I know to avoid it, blood there. Seeing that you're waiting for a longer tale, he adjusts his heavy cloak, spending a good minute on making sure that you understand it's a dangerous place. You'll do better riding around it. The northern road is the safest, he concludes. After you insist that any sort of guidance may be of use, he scratches the wolf's head. I've heard it from a friend that gnolls were moving there. Those are very small beast folks, you know? Moves an open hand close to his hips, portraying the height. They'll threaten you until you give them some meat, and that's all they eat. No fruits. No. I don't know, bones? But it's the fright apes that scare me the most, and there's an entire family of them. Trust me, if you ever hear the terrible scream of a human somewhere in the tree crowns, run as fast as you can. Don't seek it, and certainly don't fight it. Just ride as fast as you can. And don't follow screams into the woods, Nina. By the way, have a good hunting. Remember to save. Okay, so we talked to the farmer, we talked to the hunter, we talked to the carpenter. I have 5 hours. Alright, we're at Creeks. I think it was him who could sell me a lantern? This is blocked, so I imagine I have to go down here, and that connects to that side. I know what's her name is here, so that's 2 hours. I have 3 hours left. I'm trying to find a good place to sleep. I'm thinking we go here, tell her about the matchmaking, and then either sleep there or take the risk and sleep there. Probably sleep here. Or do we risk it and keep exploring? I'm trying to utilize my time as much as possible. Because it's like, we can explore after dark. It's just not recommended. I'm gonna say let's explore. Do. We're gonna risk it. Oh, hello. The air is fresh just as it was in the tavern. The light touches the road and shrubs, blocked only by the single willow, wild and untrimmed. You're by a lake, too large for you to see its other bank, but the local soil isn't too fertile. There are only a few trees on the horizon while the struggling bushes and grasses fight with layers of rocks. In the south, you see uninviting hills cut with tiresome roads. A gray rabbit is cleaning its fur near the brook, but the sound of hooves make it hop towards the nearest shrub. Right after it sinks in the leaves, you hear it squeal, cut off quickly. Whatever its hunter was, it leaves behind only the rustling of the thicket and a trail of blood. You wait for a long minute with a hand on your axe, but the creature doesn't return. You relax a bit and then turn toward the stone statue of a young woman. Alright, a bit closer. Safe. Such a monument would be a better fit for a temple or a rich city folk's house. Here, without any cover, it's already losing its shape from the rains and dust. Chunks of the face and hair have already broken off. It has detailed eyes and human-like proportions, and the clothes are like fabric petrified by a spell. The statue carries the usual traveling equipment, a walking staff, absinthe, simple pans, now covered by leaves. It's a shame to see it deteriorating. I look at the pedestal. Maybe someone left a valuable offering. You dismount and approach the bushes covering the legs and the pedestal. You see some old wooden bowls as well as rocks. You try to push the leaves away, but their stems are thick and healthy, crowded with insects and spiderwebs. Until you remove the thicket, you won't be able to see if there's anything worth stealing. Thankfully, there are no thorns, and the touch of a leaf doesn't make your finger itchy. It's not stealing. An abandoned statue needs no gifts. In about half an hour, I could use my axe to cut down the bushes and twigs. I don't possess any potion that could help me here. I consider washing myself in the stream. It'd be a decent spot for a fish trap. Potion? Oh, maybe like the bugs. Yeah, do it. Half an hour. Now it's clean. You tether Russell to the tree, letting it choose between drinking, grazing, and napping. You repair your equipment, keeping an eye on the bush where you saw the rabbit's last moments. You use your weight to move the plants to one side, then cut right above the ground. The stems are healthy and flexible, so getting through them is rough, but you have enough strength to deal with them in a couple of minutes, then throw them into the lake. The work goes on for a bit, but once you're done, the statue stands in its former glory. A couple of old offerings are still on the pedestal, polished rocks, bone figurines, and moldy bowls and plates that used to store food. In one vessel, you see a dragon bone. It's dark and could be older than a generation, but it would surely be accepted by any merchant. The coin was left here for good reason. I should leave it behind. I pick it up. Nope, I'm gonna leave it behind. I'm just cleaning the statue. There you go. Leave it. You return to Russell. I don't care anymore. Take the coin. I consider washing myself in the stream. The brook would hardly cover your feet, but you could sit on the pebbles and splash yourself with water. The oak and the tree can help you get cleaner. I need one more piece. Step away. And we travel. Clip clap. Clip clap, clip clap, clip clap. The valley is flanked by the hills. To the west, the grasses and bushes bend into the horizon and turn into another part of the forest. The southern hills are gray and tall, with fortress-like rock faces and a crown of conifers. I think it's a type of tree. The northern ones have countless sand-colored rocks lumped together like piles of rubble and clay, bearing hardly any soil or weeds. The plants here are struggling. The grass is so short and yellowish, sometimes dried out. The bushes have silver leaves. Like many plants from sunny areas, the mushrooms can't hide in the shadows, but as you approach one, you see it's growing from the remains of a dead bird. While others are covering old branches and other plants, they won't last much longer. Just gonna... It'll be easy to spot any larger beasts around. Bam. You have to squint to spot the first threatening creature. A runner is in the far east, close to the hills, though it completely ignores you, walking around and observing the grass, looking for its next prey. You don't have to worry about it for now. There are boot prints on the road, as well as in the short grass, fresher than any other part of the eastern road. Since many mushrooms were cut away with a knife and you notice few berries on the shrubs, you conclude it's a foraging spot for the people from the north. Though there doesn't seem to be much food left, there are almost no prints leading farther south. I'm gonna try to forage for a bit. You let Russell keep itself busy while you walk around looking for anything edible. It takes a fair bit of time, and you don't plan to carry around raw mushrooms and bugs. And the wild vegetables need to be washed before you put them in your bags. You finally find a few handfuls of plants, fruits, and nuts. Next time, however, it's not going to be so easy, especially since the runner, a bird both taller and wider than you, observe you carefully at first from a distance, then circling around you. About half an hour, you hear its piercing screech as the creature runs at you, shaking a beak larger than your head. You throw everything into a sack and get in the saddle. I should avoid this place while the beast is hanging around. Any chance I could eat? Not very feeling. I can't use my inventory right now? Probably. Alright, we're gonna clip-clop out of here. Very few hideouts or predators. Yeah, we're just gonna clip-clop. Hope I find a shelter. Oh! Let's see, can I eat? I have an empty belly right now. I am hungry. The chirpings of insects is rarely interrupted by a cackle of a distant bird, and just as often by the thunderous roar of the woodland beasts. The only tracks in sight belong to small critters. The cabin has no window, but a stubborn beast could easily burst in through the old thatch. The gust of wind doesn't move the door. A curious ibex observes you from the crag, but flees from your sight. The chicken in the cabin. Can I eat? Not yet. You tether Russell to the supporting beam. Its curious eyes are tracking the crickets that jump among the grass blades. You stretch your limbs, adjust your armor, and reach for the axe. Let's eavesdrop first. Ooh. You sneak toward the door and crouch down. After maybe a minute, a quiet rattle comes from the inside. Something similar to the sound of cracking knuckles. You peek inside and just barely see a small part of the dusty room. A large spiderweb is spread among the knocked down furniture. No, what was that roar? You can't just be like, oh, it's fine. I may need my crossbow. I grab my axe and get inside. Ah, it's gonna suck. Oh! Barth! A spider!
Barth2 just gifted 5 subs.
Barth. Thank you for the gifted subs. How is your day? A spider looks at you from the center of the web. Its shell is larger than your head, and the thin legs are longer than your arms. Its countless hair blends in with the walls. They're brown, gray, cream. What do you do? I would like to eat. I probably can't eat in the middle of combat. Nope. Let me think. What do you try to do? Run? I don't know what you mean. Run away? You go outside and dash toward Russell. For a moment, you think that something moved behind your back, but the spider doesn't follow you. Okay. Can I eat? Yes. Increase my nourishment, please. Okay, there we go. No penalties or bonuses, but we're all right. More work? Oh, that's not fun. Well, appreciate you being here, and hope work treats you better. I have a crossbow. Can I? How many bolts do I have? I have 2. I feel like I should eat spider? Yeah, I'm like, can I eat? I feel like I have to fight spider. Crossbow. Oh, I have a little carrot sheet. Let's save real quick in case I mess up. I enter the cabin. There we go. Crossbow. You remove its protective case and plant the stirrup on the ground. You take a deep breath, pull the string until it locks, then load the quarrel. Alright. It's child size, should be easy to eat. I'm gonna... Spider. Shoot. Crossbow. I don't know what you mean. Firebolt? I don't know what you mean. Fire. There we go. You aim while the spider skirts off, shaking the entire web. You pull the trigger, but fail to avoid the creature's spit. Sticky ooze hits your eyes, covering them like a glue cloth. The sack of flesh smacks the floor. It clicks in agony. Your eyelids can't even blink. You drop the crossbow on the floor, then sit on the threshold blindly. I watch out for my eyes, but act quickly, harshly pulling the ooze. I remove it gently, bit by bit. The saliva clings tightly to your skin, but stretching it with your fingers helps. The eyelids are the worst part, but you're grateful for your reflexes. At least you still have eyes. You get to see the light slowly, then the shapes. The thing turns out to be gray and white. You stand up, look around. The room is covered with a thick layer of dust. Getting through the web could be risky. A single thread won't stop you, but a bunch of them could grapple you for good. I drag the spider carcass away and throw it into the forest. Just, ugh. I don't have much time. I light the candle and melt the web. I'm gonna get the spider carcass out of here. You put on your thick gloves and grab 4 spider legs at once. The corpse isn't heavy, so you drag it behind you. You reach the bushes at the edge of the road, then lift up the entire creature. The more you shake it, the more distracting the twitches of its legs get. You send it into a tree trunk. It sinks into the thicket, causing a bit of a rustle among the dwellers. Back in the cabin. I think we're gonna take a nap in this cabin, so I'm gonna spend the time getting it, because... What's her name? Somebody wanted this. You bring a twig from the outside and use it as a spool. You don't have much practice, and wearing the glove makes the necessary gestures even more awkward. From time to time, the silk breaks, but it shouldn't be a problem for a tailor. It's a material for stitching and shouldn't be turned into a cloth anyway. You notice maybe a dozen defenseless spiderlings. They flee toward the exit with their speed limited by their tiny legs. They're smaller than a finger. Do I trample them with my boot or let them live? Because that's 12 spiders that are going to go out into the world and potentially be a problem for people. They might be too tiny to eat. But I'm worried that's going to upset the forest, you know? Because there is, like, the wrath of the herds. They're too tiny to eat for now. Alright, let them live. The creatures crawl over the threshold and disappear among the grass blades. It could be the first time they've ever been touched by the sun. I'm gonna search the building. Yay! 2 quarrels! The chest hides a few old water skins and inedible stale rations. Among them, however, you find 2 quarrels for a crossbow. The bones have no obvious owners, but judging by their age and the lack of skull or human-like hands, you doubt they could be awoken by the fogs. The boots, rugged pants, an old sticky tunic, and other scraps are cheap and hide no jewelry. The bowls and mugs are empty. I'm sorry, can I not take a nap in here? It is dusk. Okay, seek shelter. It's too dangerous to stay here. You can find the closest shelter at Foggy Lake, but the creatures of the night are surely going to attack you. I can't sleep in the cabin? I was so confident. I was like, I'm going to sleep in the cabin. Yeah, the closest is Foggy Lake. All right. That's really poopy. We're gonna say, why can't I sleep in the cabin? Alright, seek shelter. I will lose health. Well, I can't travel. So, good luck. Did I die? Oh, thank God. You hear a commotion coming from the lake, drawing your eyes to the air bubbles and water ripples. After a couple of moments, a scrap of the lake turns red. There are new wares near the cart, either recently left here or prepared to be taken away. The tavern staff stops their discussion by a basket to welcome arrival. I'm preparing for the night. I enter the tavern. I'm gonna talk to them. The air is humid and stuffy. The tables were just as washed with a wet cloth. Spoke with Cassius. I spoke with Cassius. I wonder why you decided to keep him around. Ha, do I need a reason? Her amused eyes get thoughtful as she looks at the ceiling. He came here as a poor soul in need, taught only how to use a spear and a shield. I know how it feels to have all that you're good at taken away from you. She straightens up and hits her chest with her fists. But so I know that new paths await us, with or without the help of others. Cassius' legs may be buried in despair, but I'm ready to throw him a shovel once he asks for it. She pauses and looks through the window. Though these fantasies of his won't help him ask anytime soon, they swallow his thoughts. Questions about the peninsula? Oh. Now I'm gonna ask about a runner. I haven't heard of such a place. Damn, that's right, she's places, not things. Have things? Nope, she doesn't have anything. Need to buy. Iron scraps, fresh meals. That's right, I have food. Save on the food. You're on the verge of death and it affects your appearance. Oh. Goodness. Let's see, if I say sleep, I'd lose that, but I gain that. You will have plenty of space, many first years from the staff will help you take care of your mount's filth. Rent. Either money or 2 rations. I thankfully have money, so I'm just gonna doot, and then I'm gonna eat the food that I've already paid for. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. Yeah, I have no potion. The monstrous shouts wake you up. The night is brightened. From the window of the tavern, you have a good look at the yard. A few massive dragonlines are exploring the courtyard, knocking over wooden tools with their tails, putting their noses into buckets and underneath the stairs. You count 5 of them so far, but you can't see the entire area at once. One of them spots your look and moves closer. Still, it doesn't try to climb to the door. Maybe it's experienced enough to know it won't get through. Stupid. I close the shutter slowly. Just, no thank you. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Russell makes you feel uneasy, but at least the furs covering the floor are helping you relax. You don't even notice when it's already morning, and while the smell coming from the lower floor is not inviting, at least it's not you who has to take care of it. Wagi turns toward you and waits for you to speak. I'd like to eat. She stretches out her arm and grabs the bowl. Give me a moment. Yeah, hand me my food. All right, time for me to skedaddle. Approach the foragers. Admon, Dahlia, and Vrashel didn't return from their hunting trip. Did they share any plans with you? Why would they? Groused Civi. They don't waste our time. We don't bother with theirs. Lon's eyes are a bit warmer. Efren already asked us. They ate there on the stairs, then left days ago. They didn't want to get in each other's way, so they planned to spread. That's all I know. Seeing your look, he spreads his arms in an awkward shrug. They were laughing, eating, all confident, strong. I didn't know they would disappear. You consider his words when the shorter man starts to snap his fingers. Wait. I heard one thing. Something about, that they won't go north because of the dark magic in the tunnel. And it's smart of them, concludes Lon with a humble smile. Better than nothing, I'm sure they're fine. The little wolf told me you didn't ask any of the hunters to go with you. The shorter man steps away. Who cares? It's us who puts dragons on the table. His larger companion blushes slightly. It's nothing, really. The days are getting colder, so the beasts are getting busier, and some of our friends are already missing. I'd rather pay a stranger to shield us from our prey than put our tribesfolk at risk. You know how it is, friend. I'm too tired to hunt. I am a little sleepy. So, Cassius, your boss told me you have some sort of visions? He meets your eyes and straightens up, reaching out to you with his dirty hand. I allow. It rests on your shoulders, light like a bird. Your nose tells you that he hasn't washed in quite a few days. The right hears the prayers of the people, of the 10 cities, all the tribes, and the empress and priests, merchants and farmers. We thought things were lost, the glory behind us, punished by humiliation for our weak hearts. He starts to shake his stump a foot away from your face. But there's hope. His voice gets stronger with every heartbeat, and a wide smile shows up under his beard. The right's test is behind us, and we, the sinners, have failed it. Now are the days of atonement and of the new cities with new tribes and the cleansed land. We, have to fix ourselves. Change what we can, weed out our sins, and bring fresh hearts to the holiest soul carrier and let them guide us anew with new tablets of prayers and a new church, the only church, yes! He steps in place, bursting with excitement. All the rivers will flow as one wave, and the new cities, the reborn city, will wipe out the barbarians, he spits on the ground, and send them back into their chains. He points his hand south. We will come through the ashes, reborn into a power greater than any fortress, than 1,000 dragons, than all the ships and armies. He steps back, lowering his head. I, the humble servant, was granted this vision. I nod enthusiastically. That's great news. Lie. I nod enthusiastically. That's great news. I see. He gives you a harsh glance, then walks away, nodding and raising his voice. Open your heart, or the wave will take you too. Sevi presses a clenched fist to his lips, stopping himself from laughter, while Lon looks at the prophet with concern. Don't push him any longer, friend. He told you all that is already. I'm just gonna walk away. Okay. I need num-nums and rest. So we're gonna travel. I'm trying to finish this, so we're gonna clip-clop over here. What? The gentle roads leads uphill, getting more rocky and bright as the trees grow sparse. Just in case, your eyes run toward a few drier parts of the meadow, and you instantly shout at Russell to make haste. A pack of short-haired wolves, at least 20 members strong, is chasing after you. Their coats are a mixture of yellow, black, and white spots, as if someone threw mud and paint at them. They move toward the road with a human-like speed, and you realize only some of them run straight at you. They're trying to cut through my path. Put a ring around that map? Yep, trying to. I'm trying to, do the quest stuff. If it wasn't for your palfrey, the beast would have already caught up with you. Their trap was perfectly set up, not leaving you any path of escape. Your terrified mount is disciplined enough to stay on the beaten path, and even though one of the big-eared wolves almost sinks its teeth into your mount's thigh, you manage to squeeze between the hunters. For the next few minutes, you do your best to get further away, and while you gallop is indeed faster, the wolves easily shorten the distance by moving through the sparse forest. You cross a weird river bridge made of a stone slab, but the chase doesn't stop yet. Maybe I have something I can use? You think about your sacks and bundles, but the pack won't wait for you to sort through things. The group gets larger the further you go, as even more of its members, previously hidden among the rocks and grasses, now join the hunt, allowing their tired family members to slow down. You may be able to lose them after some time, but scaring or wounding some of them may force them to give up their prey sooner. My crossbow's ready. You reach for the drawn crossbow and a bolt, then lock your sights on the closest creature. You wait until you learn its rhythm, then shoot once it's in midair. The arrow flies through the wolf's flesh, causing it to let out a pained cry and plunge to the ground. Its concerned allies howl with fear and anger. While a few of them try to keep up, many more stay behind and surround their pack member, protecting it from potential threats. After another few minutes, you are alone again, this time on the crossroads at the foot of a watchtower. Russell is tired, but patient, more happy to survive than it is angry at your wanderlust. At least you can hope the pack will move to a different place during the night. I like to rest for a bit and look around. Alright, let's check on this watchtower. You struggle to ignore the overwhelming layers of the howling. Oh! Reach the 4 major crossroads. Oh, yay, achievement. Let's see. Layers of the howling wilderness, the birds, insects, monkeys, wind-blown leaves. It takes some time before you isolate the more distant roaring of large monsters from the west, hidden in the deep forests of the lowland. The realm of no humans. Still, you don't hear anything coming from the watchtower. Its upper level lacks a wooden platform for which the guards could fire their crossbows or drop stones on the opponents below. So this place was not meant to be used in combat, but rather as a shelter from claws and fangs. Some structures can be found in especially untamed parts of the Dragonwoods, used occasionally by travelers or patrolling squads. God, yeah, that's not scary at all. Since the end of the war, the cities can't find enough people and dragon bones to keep them in good shape. You see no footsteps, no lights, no fresh trash or latrine. The birds are preening their feathers on top of the tower, while the branches of the nearby trees are swaying in the fierce cold wind. Safe. Approach. I take a look at the signpost. I walk. I examine the campfire spot at the fence. You see a shattered bowl, the remains of a meal from many years ago. However, the firewood and the lonely stool are not too old. You doubt that the watchtower seems less threatening to wayfarers than the wilderness around it. Maybe there's something in the trees? It must be a human-made copse. Copse? Only the smallest of the spruces are out of order, born of wild seeds. The largest trees are as tall as the tower itself, which surely doesn't help with those who are meant to observe their surroundings. There are also some stumps, most of which used to belong to young saplings. These trees were likely meant to be sold to carpenters and coopers, but they were left alone many years ago. In the copse, you find wild fennel and lettuce, thriving in shadows, and there are pears and berries growing among nearby trees and shrubs. If I have any raw meat with me, the wild plants here just need a few more days before they're ripe. Oh, look at the signpost. The planks and letters are damaged by decades of rain, frost, borers, and claws. You scratch off some of the moss. There are 3 planks on the signpost, each one pointed in a different direction. The letters don't tell you anything. The plank on the top points both south and north, but there are no pictures that would tell you anything more than that. The one beneath it points east, and there's a word written in blue paint. The arrow here looks more like a magic wand. The bottom plank has a picture of a tall tower surrounded by little houses and points west. The wood is covered in red paint, suggesting danger. I walk to the gate. Setting up a firm wall in a place like this is a bit unusual. It goes on for no more than 40 feet until it connects with natural rock face. Such a structure could be found near the city, acting as a checkpoint at which to stop any travelers to search their belongings or request a fee. But in the middle of nowhere? Deer and other animals used to running here with no hindrance must have been more than annoyed. A risky investment. You touch the gate made of high-quality wood, previously soaked in oil, now mostly washed off. It was left open, and you don't see any wooden bar that would be used to lock it. You try to move the cold planks buried in dried-out mud, but with no luck. It would require some weary digging. I approach the entrance. You take a look at Russell. If necessary, it could bow its head and walk inside. This place should be a decent shelter for both of you. The planks are strong, heavy, well protected from rain and wind, and when you knock, they seem to be thick. While the door shakes as you push, it won't open. Defensive structures usually have a locking bar on the inner side, but also you see a large keyhole. You walk around the tower, making sure there are no open windows or other entrances. It doesn't look like you can get in without destroying the door, and doing so is going to make a potential entryway for wild creatures. I'm too weak to destroy the door? Oh no. I look through the keyhole. You kneel down and take a peek. There's nothing in the hole, but the room is dark with tiny bits of light passing through the crevices of the windows. You see the shapes of wooden furniture, like tables, casks, and a ladder, but the only movement you notice belongs to the dust dancing in the sunbeams. How can I get my shot better? Because food is just food. Yeah, food is just food. We got spider soak now. I don't see anything. Turn to the crossroads. Alright, I guess we're gonna not go west, because west is danger. Ooh, but I would see the fallen tree from the other side. Ooh, but now I can tell the people up in creeks, I'm like, look, I explored this path. This is fine. There's a runner. There's no more spider. There were wolves. And there's this. How am I on time? 11 hours? Okay. Yeah, we got a ring. I put a ring on it. Sorry. If I go from this side, will I see more? I'm gonna take a gander. I'll see if going from this side makes me see more. Alright, but God, there's plenty of busy insects. Some of the croaking frogs jump away from your palfrey's hooves and hide. Save the fish trap. Sadly, it's now empty. The bait is already gone. Whatever had squeezed, small enough to catch the worms and swim outside. I consider washing myself in the river. I wash my shell. Let's see. Yeah, no, I just take another, go back, take another, return, approach, go back. Okay, there's nothing new, it looks like. So I'm just gonna say cut down by an ambush. Why was the wagon abandoned? It's tacked. What was originally transported? Merchandise. What happened to the owners? They were taken north? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Figured as much. Alright, let's go explore. The first part of the trail is narrow and overgrown. The steep crag in the south divides the lush forest in half. You barely recognize any shapes in the entanglement of grays, browns, and greens. The northern landscape, while similarly impenetrable, is the exact opposite. The meadow turns into barren hills and mountains, barely covered by grass and bushes. Maybe the riding ibexes of the clanspeople from the growing mountains would get through such a barrier. There are no clans here. Oh. Points at the icon display in the entire area at once. What? Point at this icon to display an entire area at once. Oh. Why is it sad music? With some time and effort, I managed to catch a fish. The road leads you downhill to the edge of a lake. The clearing around the dwelling is quiet, with no crickets, flies, or even toads. The grass is not even knee-high. There are no signs of a wharf or boats. The wall wasn't coated and has already been bitten by winds and rains. I look for an entrance. Okay, so now we're here. Right next to the gate, a gargoyle, or stone look-alike, kneels on its slab. It's dark purple, almost black with the yellow pointy teeth. Through its half-open mouth has no tongue, and the creature doesn't move an inch. The eyes have been replaced by crystals, red like currant juice. I touched the gargoyle. I'm gonna touch the gargoyle. Your hand seems tiny when placed on the monster's shoulder, which is coarse and cold like a rock. You can consider pushing one of the teeth, but the eyes of the gargoyle suddenly grow brighter. What do you want? I'm not expecting anyone. The words are coming from the monster's mouth, though it remains still. Stand in front of me. I want to see a mug. The drawling voice belongs to a woman, but is lined with unnatural creaking. Step closer. The eyes don't rotate nor blink. Who are ye? I'm Ivanis, the new Roadwarden. I hope you're having a great day. During the long pause, the glow of the gargoyle's eyes subside. Once they light up again, the voice isn't much softer. Well, good to see a new warden. You came to pick up some stuff? You're many days too early, or do you even know who I am? I don't, I'm afraid. I'm just getting to know the realm. So you lost your way, and now you're wasting my time. Long pause. I'm Yudisa, the only enchantress you'll find in this land, and you're disturbing my work. I don't see people in the middle of the day. Return in the early morning or a few hours before dusk, if ye have to. But best don't bother me at all. The monster's eyes darken again. Your mount is ready to ride away. I'm afraid I have to speak with you. I'll wait for as long as it takes for it to let me in. It's getting colder, but fine, the monster's eyes glow red. Go inside. I'll be with you soon. The monster's eyes darken soon after. You hear heavy footsteps and the earth shakes. Something lifts the beam blocking the gate. You realize that your hand is already on the haft of your axe. One day such instincts are going to save my life. The gate opens violently and rebounds with a loud thud, almost closing again. The creature in front of you is made of floating rocks that appear to be connected, but it's just an illusion. They could twist and bend in every direction. The eyeless sentinel faces you blankly. Oh wow. Oh, she's got such a nice little thing. Oh, and I see some missing parts in her wall and some like bricks. I guess the sentinels are like building it for her. You've seen other golems in Havana, endlessly helping with bothersome tasks, but you've no idea what makes them move. It lowers its slab-like hands and steps aside, making way for you. Its head rotates, following your steps, but other than that, it's as motionless as a statue. I enter the yard. Oh look, he's moving with me. The house in front of you has a huge entrance, just large enough for a golem. The building is whitewashed, but the lime is aged and damaged. The tools are spread around in no particular order. The rocks resting on top of the shed resemble the golems. A few birds stare at you from the roofs, while many more ignore you. None seem willing to approach the garden patches despite the growing, though neglected, vegetables. It's quiet here. I wander about. By city standards, the place is spacious. It could fit a few more houses. The smaller structures look solid, and you spot many tools made of iron and steel. The owner must be wealthy. The labor and building materials must have been worth a sack of dragon bones. Yet the walls are far from safe. Any large monster could burst inside, and that house seems to have no other protection. Finally, a leaf of the door opens. I step closer. The woman is tall and stands upright with her arms crossed and legs apart, so she's like posing. She's more than 30 with a face touched by lack of sleep. She gives you a long look, observing your blade, hands, boots, forehead, everything but your eyes. I greet ye. Without the distortion caused by the gargoyle, her strong voice isn't as disquieting. You're free to look around, but ye won't find much. I don't hoard treasures, I make them. I give her a better look. She's wearing a long, ragged robe covered in stains. It used to be blue, but now is unevenly pale. She's barefoot with skin covered with dust and dirt. Her dark hair was recently washed, but it's untidily spread on her shoulders, back, and chest. She wears no jewelry, belts, or buckles. Bentley, I'm glad you have a moment to spare. I won't bother you for long. She looks at the ground and draws out her words. I sure hope not. I'm not interested in chatter. If you need to bother me, speak in the tongue of dragons and barter. I don't serve stew. I don't offer baths. If you come here, I'd better get aught from it. She walks past you and cocks her head toward the golem who let you in. It turns around and shuts the gate. Good that ye came at such an hour. Keep it up in the future. If ye come here in the middle of the day, you'll stand outside looking at the doors like an ibex. We don't need more salutations, so, her voice remains cold, why are you here? I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. Nah, he's not here. Not even a mouse in my shed. She meets your eyes, yet her gray irises remain absent. Her sigh turns into a snort. Aught else? Surely field some arrows. Any ideas where this is from? I found near the fallen tree. Why are ye tracing a murderer? She smirks, but then grabs the arrow and takes a quick look. Black and orange. I don't know much about wood, but I recognize these feathers. The people of Gale Rocks breed such pheasants. She gives it back. It's in the far north, close to the coast. Recently left. Have you met them? Admon. He was here, alright. Asked me about the lands east of the stone bridge in the north, but I couldn't help him much. Those lands are better left to... I heard about some bandits. Don't they bother you? She puts her hands on her sides and straightens up, displaying her unusual height. Is this another sick game of hers? If so, tell her I'm not interested in either in her head or her offers. You notice a sudden movement of her golem. Oh. Need a place to rest. I'm looking for a job. Could you fill an item of mine with Numa? Have you ever been to the shortcut? Only once, she admits slowly. And it's not a good memory. Her brief tale is rather vague. She once had to use her golems to travel to the other side, seeking a remedy for her stomachache. The beasts were afraid of the noise they make. She points at the massive stone legs of her creatures, but the monkeys in the far west were too dumb even for that. They kept throwing things at us, even poop. She pauses, making a disgusted grimace. We couldn't reach them or scare them away. You ask what happened next, but she crosses her arms. I was told it's better to ignore them, let them get used to one sight. But my stomach was better already, so we just took the long way back. I have some questions. What can you tell me about enchanting? I'm looking for a job. She stands still for a moment, then cocks her head to the side. I've got some stuff that could use another hand. You up for some danger if it comes to it? You nod and ask what sort of creature is bothering her. Nah, I meant riding and climbing. If ye can do it without grabbing that axe of yours, fine. Now give me a moment. She opens one of the heavy doors to her house, and you catch a glimpse of a messy bed and a floor covered with clothes. After a minute, she shows up with a large sack filled with rods made of smooth, clean broads. Here's the gist of it. I need ye to get 8 spots across the peninsula. High buildings, trees, mountainsides. I don't really travel much. She lets out a confident chuckle. So I can't hold your hand. I need one of them in White Marshes, in the wetlands far west of here. Other than that, you need to keep your eyes open. She takes one of the rods. Once you reach a good spot, place one of these as high as you can. I'll pay you in dragons, 2 for each one, but place at least 4 before you come to see me. I need as many of them out there as possible. Okay. Well, there's magic in them, as you can imagine. You weigh a rod in your hand. Even though it's more than 2 feet long, it's light, empty inside. You could bend it on your knee. The bag also contains a long hemp cord and a scrap of cloth. If I were to send my golems away, let's say a mile or 2 from here, they'd stop moving at all, waiting for me to show up. She approaches the nearest sentinel and touches its chest. They carry similar rods inside, so the plan is to give my orders better range, so to speak. I'm tired of depending on hirelings, especially since they no longer stop by. She leans against the golem with her arms crossed. Questions? And I can be sure that you've no plans to raid the villages with an army of unstoppable sentinels, right? Her gray eyes give you a long, disquieting look. You could swear it's getting colder here. I won't ask for your trust, and I don't need it. Either help me, or leave the rods and do your own stuff. I was just trying to crack a joke. What much time do I have? Oh, don't worry about it. She dusts off the golem's arm. Let's say, before the leaves turn yellow? Some of the locals may not be happy. She gives you a puzzled look. Wardens do have their ways to get on people's good side, correct? I may be forced to pull on some strings to get it done. You haggle for a bit, but her distrust is like a wall. She waves your arguments off. I'm not a merchant. I don't gather coins for the thrill of it. I have cat fur. I'm putting almost 20 dragons on the table here. Should be enough. Do all eat 8 rods, and I may prepare aught else for ye. Alright, we have a deal. Alright, she avoids you. Great, just don't die on the road. This bronze cost me many favors, and be sure to leave one of the rods in White Marshes. I still haven't found that place. Where is it? Can you tell me about enchanting? She looks at your hands and starts to twirl her hair. Not really. I don't know how I do the stuff I do. As a kid, I put Numa into my toys. I made my earthen sparrow fly, and my whistle gave a tune without being blown. I practiced for years, but by doing, not by understanding. It's somewhere on the map. Oh, really? Really? You don't say. You know what? It's probably somewhere in here. I'm thinking about it. Or maybe it's here. No, it's probably here, because this is the bog already. So I think it's here. Somewhere in the dark areas. Perfect. I'm glad we're on the same page, Barth. Can't teach stuff that's in my fingers or my eyes or my breath. It's just a part of me. Hope that helps. Could you fill an item mine with Numa? That's not how this works. She points at her golems. Her nails are short and clean and her hands are soft. I work all the time, but each item takes me days, sometimes a full season. The tribes bring me things to enchant in the early spring and collect them a year later. I've got to... She blinks a few times, not sure what to say. Her eyes grow wide. Imagine stuff. It takes great focus. You mention that you generously reward her, but she only shrugs. You don't plant, you don't build, I won't eat dragon bones. For now, do ye warden duties and come by the end of autumn. Maybe I'll have time to get something done for you after the thaws. What if I'm in desperate need? She rolls her eyes. He and everyone else. What's your story? She looks around. No. Fine. Let's see. Do you have anything interesting to sell? I'm not a trader. I do the stuff people ask me about, and they're not for sale. She glances at the house, then toward a pocket at her hips. There's but one tool that I'm willing to part with for 10 bones, but it's for spellcasters only. She reaches out to you. On her open palm, you see a flat, small pebble, bluish, but in no way unusual. You put it in your mouth, and you press it to your palate, no chewing. She smirks. If you're a sorcerer, it will restore your Numa. What if it's used by someone who still has Numa in them, or can't use magic? Oh, you don't want to do that. She grabs the end of her hair. It will boil your blood and rip your skin apart. Each shell is like a bottle for Numa. It has its limits. You can train to contain more of it, like I've been doing for more than 20 years now, but there's no magical rock that's going to do it for you. Why a pebble? Do I smell of smoke and mushrooms? I'm not going to play around with flask and alembics. She shakes the rock. This one won't break, won't scatter, won't spoil. Perfect for a traveler or any buyer, really. She steps away and adjusts her dirty robe. It works and it won't hurt you. If you're smart with it, it's a lifesaver. I'll think about it. I found a barren field that may be affected by a curse. Do you have anything I can use to see if I'm right? A cursed field? Where did you find this stuff? As you explain briefly, she observes your boots. I know the place, but... She steps away and approaches a garden patch by her house. She observes it for a moment, then kneels down, paying no attention to her robe, and reaches for a wooden spade. What she digs out looks like a tree sapling with 2 leaves that are large as a hand and thin elastic stalk. It's shorter than your head. Would you look at that? Still green. Give me 2 dragons and I'll put it in a bag with soil. It should survive at least a couple of days. What? She straightens up. Well, you plant it, of course. Wait for half an hour and we'll see. If it grows an inch, she frowns, raises the plant to her eyes and grunts, forget it. If it bursts into bloom, the soil is enchanted. If it withers, it's cursed. Stays the same, no Numa. She lowers it again. Just be careful when you do it. It loves fog. So it's a plant that grows by magic. Yeah, it costs 2 dragons. Why do you even have such a thing? Are there any magic fields around? What? No. But these plants are the only stuff I can think of right now. I'm trying to make a plant that grows without sunlight, using just water, soil, and Numa. I'll know I'm there once it starts to bear fruit. She glances at your nose. I swear, don't even mention mushrooms. You ask her about the purpose of all this, but she just plays with her hair and looks toward the gate. Just a hobby of mine. I don't have any money. Questions about the golems? She walks around the closest sentinel and observes it like a farmer would a donkey before a purchase. Isn't it clear what they are? Furniture that walks and works. They carry rocks and logs. Hunt, kind of. And protect this place while I rest. What else is there to say? Do they talk? Utica still moves her lips, but her words are coming from the stone creature, which doesn't move an inch, no more than the gargoyle you've seen. The voice is deep and distorted by an echo. They don't need meat or bones and listen to my commands, but have no understanding of what's happening around them. To create a sentient creature, you need a human shell and a whole lot of necromancy. The golem raises its hand and shows you its palms, and I'm not going to touch that. She then mentions that her creation isn't much of a messenger, it needs to remain close to her. Just look at it. Golem covers its non-existent mouth. It has no eyes, snout, ears. Seeing the world through its head is like putting your eyeball on a rose bush. It takes Numa, and the further away it is, the more exhausting it gets. How do you make one? I fill each rock with Numa, bind them together. She pauses, then waves it off. You won't build one anyway. Like alchemists, enchanters have their own secrets, but I've got no way of sharing my talents with others. Is it for sale? One day, or so I hope. She points at a golem's hand. One wrong order and I'll tear your head away, or kick over a house. It won't ever be safe, but the dead make for bad customers, and I won't be blamed for others' stupidity. Her further answers come in greater detail, but they're rather complex. From what you understand, she plans to invent a set of very specific commands that could be quickly learned, then bind them to a wand, binding it to the creature. I'm still not sure if it's the safest solution. If a wand was taken by a reaver, stuff would get ugly. It's so loud when it walks, aren't monsters like, oh? She lets out a chuckle. They flee from them as they would from trolls. They can't stalk their prey or jump on them from a bush, but when they don't move for long, beasts take them for rocks. It's not like they need to breathe, they just sit still, waiting for a road deer to get close. The golem's eye suddenly gets brighter. It jumps forward and punches the air. It lands with the sound of thunder. That's why I need them to be so large. The enchantress explains, I can't give them muscles. The speed I give them is pure Numa. Being firm and heavy helps. She disregards your mention of the wrath of the Urds. True, I make more mess than most humans would, but that's one of the reasons why I stay away from the villages. Being all alone, I give the beast time to get used to my walls, and my sentinels know to stay away from unicorns and pebblers. Change the topic. Why don't your golems look after them? Oh, why would I bother? You expect her to continue, but her question is earnest. Paths are getting overgrown, soon getting to the other village will be close to impossible. She twirls her hair, looking in the direction of the tower. It may be for the better. She starts listlessly, then shakes her head gently. Ye may be right. I hope the trail will take care of itself with traders and all, but the years are getting emptier. Still, I need my workers to seek food and to guard my walls. She speaks mostly to herself. I could bring you some rations. She observes your boots, then crosses her arms. The more bronze rods there are spread across the peninsula, the easier it is for me to send the golems into the woods. For now, let's say 20 rations. I guess gentler roads will get me more food anyway, so I don't need ye to bring me any barrels. 20 rations! Maybe if I put the rods down, the price gets cheaper, because, she can send them out there. Yeah, what's with the gargoyle? Can't the enchantress show off her trophy? She gives you a proud smile. My sentinels took it down years ago. The tribe of old Pagos is fond of statues, so I have my own, like in the old days, long before monks came to the north. Seeing your puzzled look, she twirls her hair. A dead gargoyle on the road or by a village gate was meant to scare off evil spirits. I don't know about that, but its sight sure taught the local bees who they're dealing with. Can I sleep here? Even though she draws out her words with frustration, she speaks with ease as if she's reciting a memorized speech. I know how harsh the woods can be, but I don't offer shelter to travelers. I don't want to look behind my own shoulder for hours or use my golems to protect me. Travel north or south, look for a tavern or an inn, you'll find a safe hearth there. She blinks and crosses her arms. And we're both adults. Don't tell me that I could bind you with rope or take away your blades. The less I have to touch you, the better. Okay. Learn more about the peninsula. I'm not selling gossip, nor am I buying it. I have my hut, my guards, and my lake. I'm not a Titian, not an innkeep. If you need one, ride south to the Pearl of the North. The keeper is stiff like a broom, but offers a nice room. Her voice is dripping with annoyance. Or if you'd rather visit a cheerful place, ride north to Foggy Lake. Or was it Foggy's Lake? Whatever. Foggy is the keeper. At least she's not as boring as the other guy. Alright, we have 3.5 hours. This seems dangerous. I feel like I should not go there. Ooh. Ooh. I'm hoping I can nap in the watchtower. If not, it's gonna get dangerous. Because this is still blocked. But I have spider silk now. Okay. I have a feeling there's gonna be a couple of quests we're not gonna get, and that's fine. That is okay. Pea harvesting. Alright, sickle. And the northern villages. Yeah. The bird is still around. Yeah, I'm probably gonna miss on some of these, like, you have until this day quest. Because we're on day 7. Alright. Since this is blocked, we are gonna backtrack to Foggy and Creeks, do some chatting. Then we'll probably chat with the Gale Rocks people. And then I guess we can explore? Or no, I probably should go back to Howler's Den. Because I know there's some stuff here at the Elder's Cave. Oh. Please let me sleep. Please let me sleep. I mean, I know it's broken, but like... Oh, let's see. I look for the tracks I saw near the fallen tree. What? Blaine? A spider the size of a human head crawls up the wall. When it senses your presence, it runs to the top. The tracks lead here through the narrow gate, then west. The hard heels are especially noticeable. Oh. Wait, they go west? Fuck. Hold on. If I say seek shelter, yeah, they're like, go to Tulia's camp. Wait. Tulia's camp? That's... I thought I can't get there because of this. Oh, hello, Remy. I'm trying to figure out if I should head to camp for safety or risk exploring more. I kind of want to risk exploring more. YOLO. YOLO? Alright, let's do that then. Oh, but it's dangerous.
YOLO.
Chat says hi. We did a little quick save. Yeah, we should do a big save, just in case. Big old save. Let's see, the path leads downward through the hills and fields inhabited by gurgling aurochs. The birds are loud, and you've never heard some of their songs before. The forest gets thicker, and the signs of human touch are rare. The lone, large boulder surely draws attention. Can't guess its age, but the paths around suggest it was passed plenty of times a day. I'm, like, trying to do, like, so many quests at once right now, and I'm trying to keep them all in my brain, and I'm like, I don't remember where the people are, but I know I gotta talk to people. I'm also playing Matchmaker. Yeah, I'm like talking to the youngins and I'm like, hey, you looking for somebody? How about this person in this village? You stop Russell to take a closer look. The remains of red paint are covering the eastern side. It's the same message as the one you saw at the southern crossroads. Don't enter. Danger ahead. You look down the dark road and hear the distant roar of a dragon. Oh, fudge. I might not go forward. You don't have a notepad? I mean, the journal's here. It just takes minutes to read. I'll probably use the paper. Think of a protective spell of my ancestors. I'm not ready. I scratch Russell's neck. I'm ready. Alright, protective spell of my ancestors. You get on the ground and gather a couple of leaves, a fistful of soil, a stone, a bunch of berries, blades of grass, a mushroom. You make a ball of the forest and throw it as far away as you can, marking the road ahead. It should keep monsters away. Oh, the forest, baby. I search for the tracks I found at the watchtower. Entering the forest this late is going to be my death. I'm... It is!
It's like, please.
Yeah.
Turn around.
The hard heels can't be mistaken, and the travelers didn't mask their steps. They passed the rock from both sides, heading deeper into the forest. Like, I can't click it. The game is like, you can't go in here. Stop what you're doing. So I'm going to seek shelter, and it's going to take me to Tulia's cave, and I might lose all my health. Did I make it? I made it! I just lost my health, but it's fine. Tulia welcomes you with a smile. Is everything alright? You hear laughter. The soldiers are practicing with their bows, shooting at a target in some sort of game. The man is mocking his superior in a friendly banter. I had to write down names with locations and quick quest info, like the olden times. I might do that too, because it's a lot. I have more questions. Shoot. Guess what? I met with Cassius. He was one of their, like, buddies who got, like, his hand chopped off and, like, ran away in the middle of the night because he was like, I messed up. You mentioned the tavern and Foggy's care. Tulia sighs with relief and rests her hand on her sides. Alive, that's good to hear. Deserter or not, how's he doing? He's a man of faith now, kind of. He's insane. The people around him try to put him to good use. His soul is healing, even if slowly. He is super religious now. Like, I've had visions and like, we're gonna burn all the sinners and like, we're gonna come together as like a new church united front. He's a little traumatized, and you know, Tulia's camp is at the bottom and Foggy's tavern's at the top of the map. Hold on. Unmuted. No! No! We're not gonna... He's healing, okay? He's healing, even if slowly. Also known as South and North. No, the roommate's just suggesting something with Cassius, and I'm like, no, he might be a crazy zealot, but no. You describe what you've seen, making her reach behind her head and take a deep breath. Stop. Guess I ought to be a bit less angry thinking about my squad, though that's quite a request. She chuckles. I'm so glad you found kindness in this land. I wish you didn't have to look for it, though. We making him the Pope? No. Rumi was just like, what if you just kill him in his sleep? And I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna. Stop it. I'm trying to be a good person. Did you ever enter the road leading through the heart of the woods? Were any hunters from the north? Do you have any idea about what happened? Have you ever encountered, right? We've been through so much, so it's nice that we got to, like, loop back. Did you ever enter the road? Leading through the heart of the woods? Oh, we were advised not to. Have you seen this huge gate in the west made of rocks, very tall? We met a guard there named Quentin, maybe? A kind soul, but a bit slow. He almost begged us not to enter the woods, so we took the longer route. That's where all the settlements are anyway, her companion chirps in. We didn't miss much. I see. Go ahead. Were any hunters from the north passing by? Not from the north, not from the south. She lets out a weak chuckle. I didn't expect this place to be that desolate at this time of year. You're the only soul we've seen in days, unless you count beast folk. Unless they're from creeks, I don't. Is that a... Beast folk? Wait, is that me saying beast folk from creeks? She smiles. Well, I didn't ask them, so there's always a chance. Maybe what happened to the village? Nah, there were goblins around the walls, so we never went there. But I was told that the wrath of the herds crushed it, maybe 10 years ago? Her companion agrees with a nod. If there were any survivors, they are surely gone by now. Maybe they moved to other settlements? Or they got caught by bandits. Did you encounter any bandits? She lets out a sad sigh. So there are other bandits in the woods after all. Her companion hits his forehead with his palm. This peninsula really hates us. We can't make a dent in its shell. Julia puts a hand on his shoulder, then looks back at you. Thanks for telling us, Roadwarden. If I survive long enough to report to someone, I'll be sure to mention it. Maybe I should learn more about them first? I mean, there are bandits, but from what we know, it's not bad bandits, but there are bandits. Okay. Shoot. Thanks. Ready to prepare your sleeping spot. I approach the barrel with water. Ah, darn it. I step away. Approach Julia. Same. Time to sleep. I'm just sleep, sleep, sleep. Ashoo. Like it won't be much of a bed, and the palisade barely covers you from the wind. Sleeping here will be severely uncomfortable. You don't need to eat now. Alright, good night. Ashoo. Hi, Crystal. Can I be greedy and make one more game request, by the way? Which game? So much for easy mode. I'm trying. But Hecky and Crystal, you can thank Both. The shivers wake you up, you hear the soldiers gathering outside, the fog is so dense you hardly see the wall around you, and the screeches of beasts are so distorted you can't tell them apart. Armored Course! You mean the game that my roomie plays and is really good at? I don't think I've ever played it. I'd be lurking again. Okay. I believe Armored Core has a story mode, right? Let me ask the roomie. Hold on. play through it 3 times?
3 times. The first 2 playthroughs are not real. The third ending is a true ending, like final boss.
Do you have to like do the whole thing, or just do like the
Whole thing.
whole thing?
Whole thing.
Whole thing 3 times.
Yep. Took me like 3 days.
Okay. Wait, when you
Mainly because some of the boss fights is really challenging. And I'm like, man, I'm done. I don't know how to fight this big laser monster flying off one.
now you're 3 days.
Because I've never fought a fight really well.
How long was your gaming days? Because your 3 days might be different from my 3 days. Is it like an all
Are you
day?
trying to play it?
Maybe. Don't look at me like that. I think only you own it, so.
It's hard as fuck. You'll need coaching.
It's hard. I need coaching? Okay.
You 100% will need coaching on how to play some Armored Core.
Okay. I guess we'll put it on the list
Because,
then.
like, it's not only hard game mechanic wise, like, you have to know what range you have to be, otherwise your bullets are gonna ricochet. But also, you gotta be able to make a mech that can keep up
Question.
with other mechs.
What difficulty did you play at?
There's no difficulty.
There's. Oh no. Okay.
But for you, I accidentally S-raped most of the really hard bosses. So if really me,
Yeah, I was like, let me try, but if I do get stuck, I'll be like, Ruby, fix my robot.
like, hold on, let me equip the boss breaker. Because I go just wall of bullets.
Okay. Alright, I'll put it on the list. Let's see. What did you say? Good story, and like Nier, needs to finish it multiple times to get the endings. Don't spoil too much for it. No, he's just letting me know. Story. You'll have better parts, better builds, and know more about the missions. Yeah, you'll get a feel for it. Building your core is as important as, if not more important than the fighting. Okay. Thank you, Ruby.
You see how much I've spent
Yeah, I've seen you in the competitive, like, I'm gonna fight these people.
It's like, those numbers are 30 off. It's like, it makes all the difference.
Alright, let me write it down so I don't forget for after today. So, Armored Core 6. It took Rumi about 3 days, but I'll research to see what's like the average completion for people. Armored Core 6. Because I think September is all gifted games. So, and then October, I wanted to try and do more spooky games because, I'm like, it's October, it's spooky. So I'll see where I can fit it, either October or November. What did birth? Rubicon Liberation Fight. Is that to buy? Okay, I will buy the game. We will play Armored Core 6 after your games, after Lewis's games, and then your game again. Because we're working through your batch of games right now. We're on number 2 of your 5. So, thank you both. We're gonna play some Armored Core. Na. Alright, fogs tend to get more common in late summer, but the tribes of the Dragonwoods often see them as a bad sign. The wild spirits they carry are believed to impact both the visible, and the invisible, and not in ways that help humankind. I sigh, if there are any undead, the fog will strengthen them. We need food and we need health. Your back begs you to stand up. A monkey, not larger than your head, with brown yellow fur, is running on the beams of the wall, but disappears once it notices your gaze. You prepare Russell for the journey ahead. Barrel, I washed my shell. Splish, splash, splish, splash. I watched it, but I got nothing. Hello?
I somehow owned Armored Core 6 on computer, by the way. There is a seamless co-op mod made by the same people.
There's a seamless co-op mod?
Just for your information. I don't own it on computer, but if I did, there's a seamless co-op mod.
Well, Barth just gifted me money to buy the game for myself. So.
It hasn't gone on sale in a while.
Oh, it might be on sale. Hold on. Hold on. Let me open up the Steam. Armored Core. Nope, that's not how you spell core, Nina. Core. Oh my god! Why is it so much? I thought it was like maybe $30, $40. It's $60.
It is a $60 game.
It's a $60 game. there's also a deluxe edition. What is... Does it matter which edition I get, Barth? Hi, Russell. What does the deluxe edition have that makes it different? Let's see. Deluxe edition includes the game and digital art book and soundtrack. Oh, okay. Wasn't like anything fancy. Got it. Alright, so we will get the regular game after stream today. And there goes Russell. Cutie patootie. Alright, Julia, anything new over the night? Nope. Alright. Time to travel. Yeah, the game said do not enter. So, I guess we'll go back through here, see people, and traverse these areas. So, do. Maybe he'll pay me. Maybe he'll pay me. Guard welcomes you with a nod as you ride in. They're sitting. You're clicking of tools. Head to the armorer. I'm in need of your services. Please fix my thing. That's all the money I have. But you know what? It's a little better. Small tip. For money, do the axe throw daily. Quick save before it. Axe? Oh, am I going to be sneaky? Is that what I'm doing? I approach the guards. I can't afford to gamble. I have no money. Oops. I probably should have done that first. Or gamble. I can't afford to gamble. I have no money. Here's what I heard about Cassia. Not the easiest attitude to deal with, you say. She twirls her hair. I ain't so sure we need even more arguments around here. I'll tell you if I learned anything. Yep, that's my bad. I should have done that. My bad. Still need to speak with Erastus. I need to learn more about where? Person. I thought I ran into them. No? I guess not. Alright, looking for some hunters. I don't know those names. She looks at her companions, and while there's someone who claims to have met them, he has nothing to say about them. She then glances at the boar, which is now very interested in the smell of your boots, and giggles. It's a long way from here to Creeks. I mostly speak with Ephraim. Have you met him? He's a nice guy. She starts to laugh. Well, maybe I wouldn't say nice, but there's charm to his vigor. I met Lon. He says hi. She looks up, twirling her hair. She thinks, I'm sorry, who? Foggy Sun? She gives you a beaming smile. Ah, so that's his name. His accent is so thick I kind of misheard it. Forgive me. How's he doing? You gossip about the man and his companion, and a couple of the hunters join your conversation, asking about the Eastern Road, the tavern, and traveling in general. A good couple of minutes is spent on discussing fashion and creeks. Some of the hunters regret not being used to wearing leather and furs, while others are convinced that linen is more convenient. And if you're cold, just put on a cloak, says a woman with a bandage on her neck. After some time, the guards walk away, leaving you with Dillet and the napping boar. Like to put this rod on your watchtower? She moves it close to her face, observing it with widened eyes. Is this some sort of magic thing? After your reassuring words, she pauses. I mean, if it's nothing dangerous, fine. I'll tie it somewhere during my watch. Don't you worry. About the goblins. God dang it. Knowledge on wild creatures? See, it would be fun. Lon told me you love to talk about beasts. She giggles. Oh, don't you say such a thing. You make me sound like an old lady. I'm still a hunter, not a talker. She winks at you. Fine, 8. All right, I'm getting the price down. I need to find Erastus. I thought I found him, but I guess not. To the inn. Iris, give me my money, please. Please, give me my money. Two guards looking through an open window, embracing each other. They don't spare you a look. Okay. Sitting behind the counter, sitting in the corner. Go to the innkeeper. About Glacia's band. That's right, I need to bring gossip to her. Do you have anything you'd like to buy? Nope, nothing. He still has food. Any leftovers? Damn it. At least we tried. Alright, thanks, buddy. Alright, well, that's all we got. I'm trying to think if there's anything at the ruins, and I'm like, if I had the plant, maybe. But I don't really think there's anything else to investigate, so we're gonna head to Elder's Cave. Family of deer you met some days ago has returned to the pond, this time accompanied by more members of their pack. One buck towers over all the others with antlers as large as your palfrey. That's huge. It takes a few steps towards you, shaking its head. You better stay where you are. You observe their curious, lazy glances. While the adults quench their thirst, the young ones are playing in the tall grasses or basking in the middle of the road. It takes a few minutes before the large beast orders the others to head back into the woods. Its bellow is like a falling boulder. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna respect the forest. Because we've seen the village that got destroyed by not respecting the forest. Trying to learn more about this trapper, Erastos? Are you sure he's a trapper still? His tone is inquisitive. I spoke with him in this very place nie so long ago, and he was convinced he's going to take a lighter craft. Any hunters from creeks? Here in the opposite corner of the peninsula, most people Dini have a beast to carry them for miles, stranger. His playful tone suddenly gets worried. Or did their struggles with meat get so grim that they ever consider such dangerous trips? He takes a deep breath and leans back. I can need force beasts to jump under one's blade. The forest would need trust me anymore. You just asked me to place these in high spots. Should be done in about half an hour. He takes and observes the rod for a moment, then closes his eyes and bites it gently. He bites the rod? I thought he bit his eyes. When he returns it, he seems unconvinced. I sense a spirit in it, but I'm nie one who can tell who's behind it. How can I be sure? You explain what you know about the nature of the rods, but he changes the topic to Eudocia herself. Another minute passes by before he accepts that you indeed know her. Fine, I'll ask for her story next time I see her. Go, but away from the spring, don't break your neck. Even a child could get to the higher parts of such a rugged cliff, though you have no reason to expect all the loose rocks to be cleared. Alright, The bronze rod is attached to your back by a cord. As you place your feet and hands on the rocks, you realize that you have to move slowly, maintaining your balance, pushing away small and large pebbles, making sure that the wall doesn't collapse under your feet. The rocks are coarse, supporting your grasp, and you rarely find a sharp spot. The climb resembles a nice summer walk, though your muscles are not prepared for such movements. You find the perfect spot, a small crack between two massive rocks. You use the rod to broaden it just a bit, then push it halfway in, and fill the gaps with a rag. Doing with one hand makes you dizzy, but not for long. Take a short break to catch a second breath. Climbing down is easier, though you struggle to recall exactly where you had previously placed your limbs. The warm sun eases your tension. After a few minutes, you land on the soft grass and dust off your hands. Once again, you prepare your equipment. The druid gives the shining rod a pouty look. You were Thyrus's teacher, right? With a loud sigh, he looks away. He's still around? Glad to hear that. His voice carries pain, but as he carries on, you catch a hint of shame. He carries nie many good tales of our shared time, I expect. He claims your tribe was forcing him to follow pagan teachings, but at least you were a good teacher. Huh, what do you mean? He vows your guidance to this day. Nah, I'm gonna be truthful. His shoulders drop. I was nie there to protect him, and my neighbors treat him poorly. One night he just left, all by himself, yet he reached his home despite the threats of the bogs. His Numa carries great potential, though from what I've heard, his soul is still maturing. His eyes look even brighter than usual, but his voice grows stronger. If you plan to see him again, tell him I'm sorry. Nie just for my daughter, or for that violent day. I'm sorry I failed him. I don't have the fish that he was asking for. That's right, I needed to go to that person, but I think I needed to do something else for that person for them to give me the fish. Alright, let's go to Howler's Den. Dun, 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 dun. I hope I have some juicy gossip for her. You ride through the open gate, then carefully dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance. I know, I look not great. I'm broke. Yep, here you go, buddy. Take care of my horsey. Too tired to offer my services. Don't I have food? I do have some food. I have some food. I return to Timo the washwoman. Hey, girl. She's at the creek, but takes a break to speak with you. Apologizing for her crude appearance, she gasps for air with her hands on her knees, but looks you directly in the eyes. I'd tell her about Paulos from Gale Rocks. Sounds like a worker, but make sure he will nie oppose the marriage rites. His village follows the rite. I need his word. He'll leave his spirit behind him if he agrees. Her teeth are yellowish, but healthy. He can come in fall. We'll see how we get along. Okay, go. Back out. I had to be on the tailor. I've gathered quite a bit of spider silk. Please buy it. You show her the wrapped stick, and without asking, she takes one of the shorter threads and starts to stretch it. She nods. I do. What do you want, the dragon rings or a better jacket? You ask her for the details, and she loses more of her patience with every breath. 10 rings for the thread, or give me 2 hours now, and I'll put some of it here. She vaguely points at bits of your Gepsen to make it stronger and easier to wear. I want to say strengthen, but I know we need money. because with money, I can buy food, and I can gamble to get more money. But with armor, I'm traveling on the road, and I'll be safe. But with money, I can repair armor. I'm gonna say money. Money seems to have more use right now. Money, please. She moves on the bench and uses the table to stand up, then hops away on her only leg and enters the house for about a quarter of an hour. You hear her jumps, the voice of another woman, and even pushed furniture. When she gets back, her face is red and sweaty. She sits down at her spot and puts the loose coins on the table. Found them, she mutters. Before you can put them in your pouch, she returns to her previous work. You know Arastos, right? She doesn't stop her work. Better than I know you, but I guess you deserve a brief answer. You're a good client. She looks at your forehead. He'd be better at carving tools, not box trap. She looks away. I need your services? Your clothes will get patched and tidy? No, I can just wash myself. No. Yeah, so instead of paying 20, I could have just waited 2 hours. It's fine. Alright, good luck. Meant to speak with Erastus for Delit. Oh, he's here. Okay. You ask an archeress if she could point you to the trapper, and she directs you beyond the walls to the edge of the northern pasturage. There, next to the creek, a lone wanderer examines simple box traps. They placed every few steps, and judging by the man's empty sack, so far all of them turned out to be empty. Hearing your steps, the man sends you a glance, but soon returns to his task. In the city, he'd barely be seen as an adult. His facial hair is sparse and light, and he's shorter and slimmer than most women in his tribe. His elegant dark blue tunic suits his tan skin, and the long dagger he's carrying has a carved handle. He's crouching, looking toward the other bank and playing with blades of grass. Delit heard you're interested in heading south? He turns his head only slightly as if it's easier than raising his voice, but he still avoids looking at you. She did. Are you taking me there? His voice is surprisingly deep, adding to his years. Won't you miss home? Can you survive? What are you gonna bring to the table? He waves at the boxes. You see, caught a hare yesterday, knee in a box, in a snare. I can cut and dress pelts too. I wait for a bit longer, but he adds nothing more. Won't you miss home? He drops the grass on the ground, stands up and wipes his hands against his pants. Nah. Need one to talk to. Can you survive in the woods? Gives you a puzzled look. Why would I? I'll go with the group, dig holes, sharpen sticks. Tisn't like I'm gonna put anyone in danger. The job is difficult. His voice grows frustrated. All hunters act as if they're masters of the woods, but they die all the time. He grabs the nearest box. One of the walls turns out to be loose, so he adjusts it quickly and starts to wander away. Just give me a chance to do what you want, and I'll do it. I can go any day, any hour. Go to the main square. Kakios the trader. Oh yeah, Iris has an unusual request for you. The who? He leans forward, but even after you repeat the name, you're asked to explain who you're talking about. Oh, that one, the plant mage. He waves his fingers, mimicking the movement of vines. He sells us mushrooms every now and then. Good for visions. So what does he want? You share the story briefly, but his puzzled grimace makes it clear it won't be so easy. I do need to look after Druid's chest. It's Elpis who you need to talk to, but knowing her, she will need give away a magic wand. Old Ernie, toy Ernie. You ask how to find her, and he waves toward the path leading down the creek. Go and try, but our priest will need to see you unless you've got a good reason to bother them. And some old student's bundle is me one. You have any issues with Erastus? He wags his long finger. What do you mean? He broke something again? And what now? He wants me to pay you back? Tell him to fix it on his own, or grab him and drag him here. You wait for a few moments, not sure if you should ask how many times such a thing happened before. His breath is heavy. The potion. That's right, I'm working on that. I got goods? Nothing. What do you have? I do need the wooden lantern, because then I can go into the cave. I do need this. Thanks, buddy. Boop, boop. Alright, good day. Let's go to the innkeeper. Did you have a chance to talk with Erastus? His eyes get gentle. Poor kid. Is he in trouble again? You mentioned that someone wants to offer him a job. I have money. I have six gold coins. Be fine. Maybe that's for the better. Lately, he's been struggling around here. When he's far from eager to share the details, one part in particular catches your attention. That's the thing with bad affection. You see, my wife was clear he ought to stay away from our daughters until both him and they pass 20, but 'tis easier said than done. For a few hunters? He rubs his neck and looks at clouds. I recognize those names, but I've seen nae folks from creeks in a long time. They come here before and after the winter to trade grains. I feel like this, because then I get bath and I get food. Alright, thank you, buddy. Num 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 num. And we'll go talk to the mayor. Do you know Utica the Enchantress like to hang this rod on a watchtower for her? You let her weigh a rod in her hand. It's empty, she says. What is it for? Lie, lie. Tracks Rainer in. She's trying to learn. I'm gonna tell the truth. She gives you a long look, then rolls a piece of bronze back to you. The answer is no. And if any of us find such a rod in our woods, you and I are gonna have a talk. I have no desire to wake up in the middle of the night surrounded by her stone army. Fair. Few questions. With me, she's waiting to learn about the trades. She doesn't trust me. I have news. The people of Creek. Your tale takes quite a few minutes. Not only does Thias have many questions, she finally asks Irks to bring her a wax tablet in which she starts making notes. Once you're done, she lets out a relieved sigh and speaks more to herself than to you. If it just so happens that the tribe will need my help, I'll be prepared to answer their call. She looks you in the eyes and smiles warmly, then closes the tablet loudly. That's all I have to say. She leans forward, and even though she smiles, her voice is close to whisper. I wonder, why are you here? What pushes someone to becoming a road warden? I want to retire early. That's not gonna happen. I have no money. I use the coins to retire early. The life of white bread and mead. Though even the richest city folk invest in work one way or another, you can't eat coins. You catch a hint of mockery in her titter, and you need more than a lock to protect yourself from envy and greed. For a moment, she observes your power free. Maybe move to a village? It's easier to keep thieves away. Damn it, thanks for your time. Alright, we leave the square. We have 5 hours. Okay, I can either A, go here, go here. It takes 2 hours. It takes an hour to get there. What I'm thinking is go here, finish that hunter quest, right? And then go here. Probably can't do anything, but I want to inspect it because maybe I can put a rod there. Maybe. And then we'll probably sleep at Howler's Den. And then we'll explore this section. Alright, let's go finish that quest. Because now I found him. I was like, where is he? Approach the gods. Wait, save? Okay, because now I have money. If you have coin, I could throw some dice. Yeah, surely, but we're doing it the right way. All 10 rounds, so it's going to take us half an hour or so. 4 players, each one bets a coin. The winner takes all. I'm ready when you are. The game is new to you, but in no way baffling. 4 people can play at once. The wooden dice are long, with only 4 dotted faces. Every time someone wins a round, they get a point, and the person with the most points at the end of the game wins the coins. As you play, you don't feel like you have much control over the results. In just a few minutes, you get 2 points, which are now represented by smooth pebbles. You don't really know how you got them. Either you don't get the strategy, or it's just pure luck. Let's see how lucky I am. Money! Time goes by filled with lighthearted jokes and chit-chat. During the final round, you get ahead of everyone, and the spectators playfully comment on your moves. The winner takes all. 3 dragons are placed on the table, and you put them into your pouch. The table and chairs are moved back into the building, and Delit thanks you for playing. Is there anything you need? About the hunters. Here you go. Can't say you dispelled my doubts. I'd rather invite someone who knows how to fight when it comes to it and won't flee without an order. So whom are we gonna hire? She attempts to move her hair behind her shoulders. I guess Cassia can land a few hits, maybe enough to keep the others safe. We'll go to Gale Rocks before winter, speak with her ourselves. She prepares her pouch and counts down 5 rings. Yes! I have money again. Goblins? I don't want to give her 10. Knowledge? It's at 7. Alright, walk away. In. Iris, do you have anything for me? No. Still doesn't have my stuff. Alright, savey save. We are gonna travel to here. It's just basking in Suno radishes. All I can do is turn back. Yes. See, now I'm sleepy. Okay, so. Take me to the den. Alright, me. Yeah, everyone's sleepy. Taylor's closer shop. Time is waiting for me to speak. Okay. go to sleep. I would lose half my food. I think I would gain 2 health if I do this, because this gives me food. Will this give me 2 hit points? Let's find out. Because food regenerates health, but if my sleeping condition also gives me 1. You lose your senses right after you lie down. In the middle of the warm, stuffy night, you are entangled by your dreams, too tired to fully wake up, too accustomed to having a mid-sleep break to just go back to sleep. You are between the realms, surrounded by visions so vivid you are tempted to reach out, touch them, stretch them out. They are your playground. Once I realize I'm in power, I do my best to enjoy myself. I fly, defeat dragons, eat, drink, whatever I want. I wouldn't dare to disturb the natural flow of dreams. I accept them as they are, hoping to spot any visions they bring. No matter how much I try, my nightmares interfere with even the most joyful dreams. I wake up sweating, gasping for air. Or I try to break free of this state, thinking of all the things I was meant to do tonight. When I wake up, I'm still not sure if I did anything at all. Let's go with natural flow. Oh, for me? Thank you. I got a snack. Yes. All right. So, you spend the night in peace in a clean bed, tightly shut. I think it's all the same stuff. Ooh, eggplant soup. Just gonna... They only gave us 1. Yeah, Druids won't see me. You know what we can do? Buy some rations. I'm gonna say we're gonna buy 2. Oh, that's right, 1 gives me 2. Never mind. Well, we have food. We're fine. Alright. Leave the square. We're gonna travel. Let's see. Forest Garden. I know Gale Rocks and Northern Road, but I know we need to explore, so boop boop. I'm gonna mute myself so I can eat. Oh my god, so good. The corridor of leaves and gray rocks lead you to a gate, large enough for a wagon, held together by a wooden bar. The planks and rocks are covered with claw marks left by various monsters, but they weren't able to damage the walls much as the passage of time and the piercing rains. A large man, covered in shadows, is observing you from the roofed tower. His voice is hoarse, distrustful. "Ye lost? I don't know you mug." I introduce myself. Good time to get to know each other. "Yeah, I've got Nappa time." He chuckles weakly, leaning on the parapet. "I heard no human voice in days. I'm armed, you know." He sticks out a loaded crossbow. "But I'm no enemy, just on duty, guarding. You can hang around, but I've got no ale or water." He leaves the tower. He's wearing a black gapeson, so ragged it can't be fastened anymore. It tells the story of claws, thorns, and improvised repairs. The hole in the man's het pants reveals a scraped knee. It's hard to tell his age through his exhausted, sleepy eyes. a short, unkempt beard, and a bandage horizontally covering his ears in the spot that used to be his nose. Used to be. There's clotted blood in his brown hair and the mud on his clothes and brown neck. Despite all this, he's of a huge shell with wide shoulders and thick legs. He crouches, places his crossbow on the wall, and gives you a curious look. Ye new to wandering? Pretty new. Hold on. You chose a place then. This gate here? He places his hand on a brick as if to prove it exists. It's older than me. All there, he points behind him, wilds and beasts. My tribe built this place to keep them away from us, and us from them. He scratches the bandage on his cheek. Name's Quintus, from old Pagos. Been there? Quintus! So you don't know. It's west from here, behind the crossroads, but it's touched by sickness. We used to send one soul here every morning and escort them back before nightfall. But some days ago, no one came for me. I spent a night here. Sneaking almost got me. He picked up an almost empty water skin from behind a parfor and takes a sip. I went home by myself only to learn about the sick. I've been here ever since. But what do you know about the plague? Not much. It kills. That's all there is to know. My tribe's smart, locking the gate. The right gave them strength. Shouldn't you look for real shelter? He trembles. His eyes widen. Someone has got to stay at the gate. The villages in the east don't know about the illness. They may try crossing the woods, hit the closed gate, while fleeing some wolves and stuff. He rubs his dirty neck. And I also can't leave the gate open. It's like a dam for monsters. If all I can do is choose the way I die, this is it, with my duty fulfilled. Russell, hi. Why are you meowing in the closet? I'm surprised you survived for this long. Well, you can call it surviving. I call it potions. His chuckle makes him wince in pain. He puts a hand on his stomach and leans away. Beasts took me for easy prey, but the good monks from the mountains equipped our guards well. They're helping our ill, but used to brew all sorts of stuff. His hand moves to an earthenware bottle by his belt. You could at least spend nighttime in the village. He adjusts his jacket by shaking his shoulders, making the buckles jingle. I'm not a beggar, and the villages in the north won't help me for more than a day or two. I've got no dragon bones, just this little ibex. Baby, Russell, what? Being silly. Old Pagos is by itself, and we don't look for kind folks. He thinks for a moment. I'll just wait. I'll get back home once the plague's done, or before winter. You look at his disfigured face. He may be a bit too proud, but he knows more about the locals than me. He glances at Russell. Ye understand, I'm sure. Wardens are souls of duty. About this gate? Here? See? He points to the long, twisting rope that hangs from an iron hook. I could climb down and remove the beam on the other side. You'll take down yours. We need at least 3 hours to get through the woods. He touches his stomach and takes a deep breath. But I need you to give me aught first. What do you want? I'm hungry. Bring me some rations maybe. Dried meat, apples, maybe 4 meals, then I'll help you with the gate. Don't you have time to hunt? Time, but I've got to stay near the gate. I can't keep people waiting while I track deer. He touches the bandage on his face. After I die, there'll be no keeper left. Go with you. I take the trophies, you get meat for roasting. Shoot some birds with a crossbow, sure they land on the wall. You can just forage. You could just forage. Yeah, meat. But goblins and trolls can smell the burning fat. Roasting is the opposite of what I should do. Forage for nuts and berries. I eat berries and sorrel every day, but this isn't real food. And I've got to fight off all the snakes and badgers. Nuts are nowhere around. Too many squirrels, rats, and boars. He licks his lips at the very thought. I found some acorns, but I had never roasted them before. They make me sick. About shooting? I'm not much of a shot, really. He scratches his right arm. I'd rather save my arrows for all the beasts and stuff. I don't think I have. I have one? I think I have like 1 quarrel left. Yeah, I think I have 1 left. I just bought this food for myself. I'll bring you some food. Alright, thanks. I'll take any help I can get. I'm looking for a Styrian. That's nice, but he hasn't been here in many days. You sure he's not dead? After you admit that he very much may be. He puts a hand on his waist. Well, better get ready to slit open every dragon belly in the wilds. Did he often travel through the woods? Sure. Though on a different mount, he had a saurian, 4 ibexes long, 2 ibexes tall. It moves on 4 legs and jumps high and far. It's dark green like rotting leaves. At one time, I was taking a piss in the shrubs, and a stirring made the beast run up the rock face, and it jumped on. That, he points at the hill, and they ran above the wall and landed on the other side, just like that. He snaps his fingers, his voice and eyes gain new vigor. The Soren was large and green? I mean, not everywhere, he points at his eyebrows. He has red scales here and on the tail and shoulders, I think? I don't know what to call it. You ask him for a bit about Asterion, but he has little to add. There used to be 6 of us keepers. I saw him every now and then, but not that often. Do you know Udisa, the enchantress? Can I put this in your tower? You unpack and show him the rod. Lighter than it looks, he says quietly. And I know Udisia. She always does aught weird. She was a quiet kid, but a smart one. Never tried to steal my milk. He hands it back to you and puts on an unpleasant smirk. But I'm doing not for free, let me guess. Bring me 5 rations. Oh my god. My people won't be happy that I'm doing favors for a dissenter. I don't mean you. He clears his throat after seeing your look. I better get strong before I start making excuses, no? What can you tell me about the road? Oh, not much. His chuckles turns into a cough. It leads through lowlands, mostly woods and some ponds. It's dark and lethal. He mentions tales of ghosts, dragons, fogs, and blood mages. But whenever you ask about any creature in particular, his response is vague and brief. Why do I have hiccups? The tribes abandoned this path. Ever since the war, the trade has been slow. People refuse to patrol it. The plants are getting taller, but for at least a few more seasons, it's still a shortcut. It's good that you have a mount. If aught chases you, always stay close to the paths and ride as fast as you can. If no one uses this road, why are you here? He scowls at you. Not no one. It's where people hunt for monsters, and every few days I have to open it for reasons. A few people from Creeks met them? I know not about people, but I met Vashil. It takes him a few breaths to notice you're waiting for him to go on. They spent one night at this tower with me. Came from there, he points at the woods in the east, and then they went back there. They were building a trap, somewhere behind the lake. They shared a partridge with me, but never came here again. Good soul. Very open-eyed. What's it like to live in Opagos? He opens his mouth, giving you a puzzled look, then lets out a weak chuckle. What am I to say? We've got rocks. Taps the wall and makes houses, bowls, tools. We sell them too. We grow oats and broad beans. Ibexes give us wool and skins for monks. What do you call it? The one you ride on. He moves on when you mention parchment. Yeah. It's a good place. Beautiful, old, hill. That's what Pagos means, old hill. When you bring up the monastery, his eyes get brighter. Good people! They came here on a mission, teaching us Right's book. My grandparents were pagans, you know, but we now follow the river of truth. We keep to ourselves, but help others when they need us. I've heard about some bandits. He scratches a bandage on his cheek. I only know there's one band somewhere, but not around. I never saw them. Why are you afraid of Glaucia? He straightens up and gives you a long look. I don't know who you're talking about. Have your food rations. He gives you a radiant smile. He cups his large, scarred hands, waiting for you to give him the packages. Once you're done, he opens a sack of nuts and shoves them into his mouth. The bandage is the only thing that stops him from looking like a hamster. But seriously, you're tempting the forest. You need to seek shelter. Nah. He waves it off with a smile, but once he speaks, his voice cracks. And where should I go anyway? I kind of want to put him at the Pelt of the North. But I'm like, Howler's Den is also probably pretty good. But I know with his skills, they probably would appreciate it, since he's kind of like a hunter. Know what? I wouldn't mind spending time with the elite and her crew, especially the winter, but forget it. I can't afford even that. Unless they're looking for a pair of hands, I better stay here. Don't you miss fresh warm food? Rations lose their charm quickly. He lets out a hiss and raises his chin proudly, but after another breath, he licks his lips. Dragon bones? I mean, there's a pretty big thing. In the north, everyone looks after themselves. The hunters may be my friends, but I won't beg them for help. I could ask the innkeep to let him stay for labor. Right? Because he's like, we always have stuff to do. I'd like to open the gate, please? I don't think you should enter the wilds, but you know, if you say so. Save. Do it. You lift the bar on your side of the gate and wait for Quintus. You hear him pressing his feet to the wall as he climbs down with the help of his rope, getting on the ground swiftly. He gives you a serious look from the open gate. Safe travels, Warden. I travel to the other edge of the woodland. The forest gives way to rocks and green hills, but among the tall trees are numerous monkeys, sitting in small groups, loud, yet shorter than half your size. They distort the green leaves with red, brown, white, and blue fur. As you approach their territory, their excitement grows. They climb up and down the trunks, sway on vines, jump between branches, or hang down, putting to use their long tails. They throw at you countless angry glances and grunts, but also comes branches and chestnuts. A piece of their fresh feces lands close to Russell, but the pack's aim is rather miserable. Just keep going. Like, don't stay there, just keep going. You try to shield yourself with your cloak, but you enter an avalanche of missiles. One of the rocks painfully hits your arm, but your Gabson's in great shape and softens the blow. Soon after that, you shoulder blocks something from reaching your forehead. You rush Russell, which is more than happy to follow your command. The monkeys follow you, swinging between the trees until they reach the edge of their territory, letting out triumphant shouts. Let's just get out of here. Like, we don't need this. Kind of a boost. Every minute or so, you get lost in the dense woods. When possible, you stick to the remains of the beaten path, clearing the overgrown thicket that blocks your way, but it would take many more travelers to sustain such a trail. The land around you may lack greens, but is far from being empty. The fallen boughs and dead stumps are slowly devoured by ants and mushrooms, a web-like labyrinth of wooden walls, while the white termites, larger than your hand, continue their never-ending march. Their guards notice your presence, but simply form a wall line in front of their workers. A warning line. The trees are taller than the temple in the city, with trunks resembling the legs of giants. The shadows they cast are like a carpet, and the few beams of light nourish the sparse bushes and ferns. The only plants that aren't choked by the rotting late summer leaves, shaped like tooth squares, are as large as your face. Now that I'm more familiar with this part of the forest, I may be able to find a smoother path. Yay. Getting my shortcut open. The road is bright, empty, surrounded by sparsely growing trees, gentle hills, and meadows. It leads you to a cairn, a pile of rocks ranging in size from your abdomen to your fists. There's also quite a few tiny pebbles. A narrow, hardly passable trail leads south, but likely won't survive another year without travelers. I look for a spot for you to sit. You look for snakes in the grasses, grab the reins, and climb uphill through the sparse flowers and grass as green as a merchant's dress. The few trees you pass by are healthy, but unremarkable, more like shrubs with trunks. You get a nice look from the top of the hill, but even from here you can't see the tips of the trees to the north and west. You're surrounded by the walls and blankets of greenery. You approach the closest scrubby tree with thick branches that grow right above the ground. Prepare the rod. You allow Russell to graze, then step on the lower branches, getting up quickly. You lean your weight against the dry bough, holding the bronze rod with one hand and tying it with the other. In no time, you land back on the grass and climb down the hill. You're by the cairn. I look for the tracks that I found at the fallen tree. Without a doubt, the travelers were here, led by the person in hard heels, though there are more tracks around, both older and younger. Okay, take a closer look at the cairn. It's wider than two people standing side by side and taller than Russell. Damn. The grass surrounds it tightly. It must be years old, but could just be as well be older than any village in the north. You find rocks in many colors, including red, cream, white, black, and blue, and many dotted or mixed ones. While the cairn stays firmly beneath your touch, it'd be easy to shatter it with a pickaxe or a single swipe of a dragon. You also notice pieces of old chicken bones pressed among the rocks. Unfortunately, no coins. I'm gonna say dismount and follow the tracks west. They soon turn north into an old game trail, wide enough for your mount to enter the thicket. After a few minutes and with little effort, you reach an even wider trail. You get back in the saddle and ride uphill, following a convenient rocky trail covered in sunlight cleared of plants. Once you get to the top, you look around. From here, you get a good view of the heart of the woods and spot the smoke coming from the villages far in the distance. The farther path ends at the ravine. You look over the edge of the gentle brook far below. The hole is too wide to be crossed with a jump, even for Russell. You narrow your eyes. On the other side is a simple bridge made of logs and ropes, now rolled up and resting by a green shrub. Too tired to push. Could really use a grappling hook. Ugh. I don't have time for this. I turn around. Click, 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 click. Alright, I take the narrow path south. You grab Russell's lead and use your axe to get through the branches and the tall grass. After a few minutes, you reach a colorful meadow with orange, red, and white flowers, as tall as a wheat field. Their late summer scent lures all sorts of insects as well as tiny birds. The path ends at the edge of the glade. I move forward, but keep an eye. I'm gonna save. gonna say a cat could leap at me from the flowers. You tether your mount to a tree and tread carefully, keeping your eyes and weapon high. Soon the nearest birds flee from your scream. You reach to your side and look down. 100-legged worm as wide as your fist and maybe 3 feet long has crawled underneath your gapsit and chewed off a bit of your flesh. How did you not feel that? You pull by its tail and stretch out your arm. The creature wiggles in the air, incapable of bending its shell enough to scratch your hand. It's red, covered with armor made of plates. You throw it away and touch the hole that it left in your clothes. There's hardly any blood. I seek anything of value among the plants. Your step forces the mice and insects to spread, but your presence remains hardly noticed by the colorful life around you. I don't know anything about herbs. Okay. I continue my journey. God. Big old bug just... Your eyes wander between the wall of trees and shrubs on one side and the dirty pond on the other. The road itself is wide, covered with soggy legs that keep the ground from turning into mud. It's breaking under your mount's hooves, letting out what sounds like a sigh of relief. The water insufferably stinks of carrion, dead bodies, and is covered with a blanket of green plants and white flowers that draw countless buzzing insects. Even a horse shouldn't drink from it. Russell tries to get familiar with the unusual pavement and speeds up to jump over a fallen trunk blocking your path. Once it lands, it breaks one of the logs in halves. I thought that said legs. I was like, no! Soon after, you reach a massive black saurian resting on the ground, enjoying the light at the edge of the forest. It seems to be ignoring your presence. Once again, Russell canters. I trust its instincts. Once the monster raises its head, you're already in the air. The beast pushes itself away from the ground with its forelimbs, trying to catch any chunk of flesh with its massive jaws, but you safely hit the ground and return to a trot slowly. Pay attention to the dead trees sticking in that pond. They look similar to that saurian. I'm just like, The colors of the leaves range from greens to purples and overwhelm you with shadows. The stems of the shrubs twisted in all directions, seeking the slightest scraps of light. The trees are not too tall, but their trunks are as wide as buildings. The neglected road has been carved into the thicket, an inch at a time, a corridor of plants with a floor made of pebbles that give way to saplings and vines. From time to time, you pass by many churns, relics left by roaming dragons, unicorns, and trolls. Some of them are still used by beasts, boars, striped cats, or packs of goblins. The birds are sharing their songs as cheerful as ever. When necessary, I clear any thicket that's in Russell's way. You reach a gap in the tunnel of plants. The meadow nourishes a lonely tree growing in the shadow of a rocky hill, surrounded by humble grasses. Near the tree roots, a wolf without fur is resting on a human corpse, unaware of your presence. I'm gonna save, because I feel like I should leave. Get the place as quickly as I can. I look at the corpse. I'm gonna look at the corpse. You don't see much from afar. It's in one piece, with blood-soaked clothing torn to pieces, indistinguishable from the loose flaps of skin. It has no sacks, bags, or equipment, but you spot a trail of blood leading into the trees. The creature must have dragged the shell from the deeper woods. The beast raises its head. Its ears are shaking. I look at the wolf. It's standing on all fours, crouching forward with blood dribbling from its massive canines. Its head, and especially its jaw, are wide and long like those of a horse. Its brown shell is muscular with pronounced shoulder blades, the hair resembling your arms, and a tuft of black fur at the end of its foot-long tail. The beast turns its head towards you. Its eyes are like shining charcoal. Let me leave this with us again. Russell obeys gladly. The beast spares you a glance but doesn't follow you. But I'm not ready for such a fight. Maybe the beast will break the bones. Or they get touched by the fog. Yeah. Maybe the beast will take care of it. It's probably one of the adventurers. I hope not. The stream ahead can be crossed by a humble ford, maybe of hundreds of rocks that used to reach from the bottom to the surface, but is now partially demolished, either by time or a living creature. For a rider, crossing it won't be much of a problem, but most travelers would have to take off their pants and shoes. Moving an entire wagon would pose quite a challenge. The water is clean and the banks are low, good watering spot for Russell. I could spend some time gathering... Yeah, I could spend some time. Let's fix this. How long? An hour should be enough to cover at least half the gaps. You let Russell graze and drink by the stream. You wander along the edge of the dark forest on one side and a colorful meadow on the other and seek rocks smaller than your head. Carrying them makes you tired quickly. After you're done, the deepest holes are now filled by your rocks. It works more. Too work to finish. Okay. For now, it's enough. I move on. I tried. Yeah. Hey, try to make a bridge. Hey, I made it to this side. You leave the dark woods behind. On top of a nearby hill, you spot a four-legged dragon chewing on the tree leaves. It completely ignores you, and as you observe its long neck as thick as a trunk, you can't imagine a blade that would wound it. I travel to the gate in the west. I return to the cairn in the middle of the forest. Okay. We got some... I don't know if I'd call that a shortcut, but ta-da! Thought I heard Russell. Okay. I did! Hi, Russell! He must have been exploring in the closet again. Okay, so I'm back here again. I think I've placed 2 rods? 3 rods? How many rods do I have? I have 5. Okay, I've only placed 3. She's like, don't come back to me. How much time do we have? We have 8 hours. Let's see, Foggy Lake. I could get to the old tunnel. Because what's her name is in Gale Rocks. That way I can't go. I need to explore this area, but I'm not in the best shape, so to the tunnel! To the tunnel we go. Oh, sweet. I grab my lantern. Wait, I save. Place a bronze rod. Boop, boop. You find the perfect spot, a small crack between 2 massive rocks. Use the rod to broaden it just a bit, push it halfway in. Time to see what's inside. You place a candle on the ground, then light it. With a few sparks from your tinderbox, you shove it inside the lantern through the hole in its top, pressing it onto a nail. You shake it for a bit, making sure it will stay standing. The candle isn't as bright as your torch, but it's safer, will last longer, and can easily be replaced by another. Alright. The road ahead is like the one you just crossed, a human-carved, straight corridor supported with beams, while the other paths are curved and narrow. The only light comes from the exit, minutes away from here. The winds also stay away, giving way to the falling droplets and a distant stream. You hear no roaring or gnawing. I move forward. You forge ahead for another few long minutes, no longer able to see the light from the exit. You need to stand on someone's shoulders to touch the ceiling. So far, you could ride through the tunnel without getting out of the saddle. The sound of a stream is reaching from ahead. This time, there are no side paths. I examine the tunnel. You spend a few minutes walking back and forth. Here, the wooden support is denser, with more beams both on the walls and on the ceiling. The trash, on the other hand, is sparse, and you find nothing of use. The animal trails turn back to the entrance, with the exception of the human-like bony prints. I move forward. The stream has formed a wide pond. You stab it in a few spots, but it turns out to be only a finger or 2 deep. There's no signs of a bridge. Crouch and take a closer look at the water. It's clean, but the dark rocks and the lack of light camouflage its soft, sand-like bed. You find a few fish bones and other remains, but with every step you disturb the sediment, further clouding the water. The water flows from your right to the left. Its trail is wide enough to follow, at least for a few steps, and so tall you can do so without crouching. I move forward. The open door to your right leads to a narrow corridor. You take a look further down the tunnel. A cave-in broke the timber, blocking the path forward. Take a closer look at the cave-in. You push away a few rocks, making them roll on the floor, but the blockade is at least a few steps deep. It would take an entire team of diggers to get through, if it's possible at all. You climb up a bit and peek through a larger hole close to the ceiling. There's a weak light coming from the distant end of the tunnel. I step away. I walk through the door. It squeaks. The corridor resembles the interiors of a fortress with flat, regular walls, and a ceiling so low you couldn't ride through it. You reach another, much larger chamber which seems to mimic the corridor's style. I enter it. The spoiled food and moldy planks make you hold your breath. The chamber used to serve as a dining spot, with tables, chairs, shelves for mugs, and barrels of drinks, but all that's left are worms and mustiness. You don't see the furthest wall until you bring your light closer. The open door leads to a new, natural cavern. Another closed door is in the corner of the room opposite the one you came from. I search the chamber. A small iron key! The place was abandoned in haste, but you find no signs of large creature bones or destruction. The wood gives way only to time. A few of the barrels still contain liquids, though you wouldn't dare open them. Close to the exit leading to a cave, you find a hook with a simple iron key. You pick it up and it stains your hand with rust. I try to open the door in the corner. The door gives way. The next room is also too large for your light to reach all the corners at once. The empty shelves, chests, and spear racks give you no promise of a hidden treasure, but you also find a box with rusty nails, a cracked barrel in the corner, and a broken blade. You could spend some time collecting these and other iron scraps, then sell them in a village. In the room's corridor, you notice a wide sheet of moldy fabric that covers a large part of the wall. I collect the metal scraps. Having no useful tools at hand, you struggle to dismantle the barrel and cut away all the bits of wood that are attached to the pieces of iron and steel. After a long while, you prepare a decent clanging sack. For now, you move it to the dining chamber and leave it by the exit. I examine the curtain. It's divided in the center, allowing you to draw it. Behind it, you find a tiny room, maybe 2 steps wide and 3 steps deep. It's silent, not as humid. Hi, cutie NinaMeepleton. I hasn't arrived din with Grana. Welcome in, Lewis. Heckian. Also, you'll be happy to know that another game has been added to our lovely list, and it's Armored Core 6. We'll see if I have the brain power to be cool and fight with robots. The wall ahead isn't like the others. It's covered with red and purple bricks. I look for anything unusual. The walls to your left and right bear a few iron hooks that could be used to hang cloaks, paintings, or trophies. The corners aren't too dusty and there are no footprints on the floor. You inspect the brick wall further. In its center, at chest height, you spot a distinctive engraving. It's a winged hourglass about a finger long. Oh, that had an hourglass or tools. Okay. I leave the room. I walk through the ajar door. The cave is so moist that the diggers place planks on the ground, serving as a now useless bridge through the puddles. The rocks shaped like icicles ominously hang from the ceiling, in some spots merging with their on-the-floor counterparts and forming hourglass-like columns. But how you doing, Lewis? I search the chamber. You leave the rotten planks and explore the cavern carefully, making the light dance in the droplets and puddles, but you find nothing of use. I try to open the door. The door opens quietly and return to the main tunnel. Oh, look at that. It connects. You could turn south again here and see if there's anything you missed, but after you blink a few times, you realize there's a light at the opposite at the other end of the tunnel, far ahead. It's weak and flickers like a touch. I head back to the cave. I head south. I had my own light. You simply put it on the ground in the entrance to the cavern with the skylights. You pick it up if you need it. I head south in the direction I came from. You reach the other side of the cave and getting a good view at its size. You find a new door here. It's a little bit tilted, closed, and soggy. Try to open the door. The small iron padlock won't budge. I try the key I found in the dining chamber. After a bit of wiggling, the padlock gives in. The door lets out a sigh, and you enter a humble cave that's been turned into a storeroom. Your light reveals crates, a pile of timber, a stack of rocks, and another of bricks. When I cared about Armored Core, it's one of those it exists games for me. It looks like a good game, but not for me. I'm willing to try it out, because I've seen the roomie play it. It looks fun. I search the chamber. You move the building materials aside, taking note of the somewhat dry timber, but the first thing you use to find are the tools stored in one of the crates. The crude axes, hammers, chisels, pickaxes, and digging bars are all old and made of rocks, antlers, and bones. Though they're worthless, you move a few of them closer to the tunnel. If necessary, you'll know where to find them. I know where we're going. Okay. And then I return to the crossroads. I head back to the cave with the stalactites. I move to the dining room. I think it's the armory? Yeah. And then I go to the tiny room. And then I bring over the tools I found. I'm gonna save though, just in case. Bring over the tools. It takes quite a few hits, but finally you move the broken pieces on the ground, then reach inside the secret compartment. You find a key made of bronze, as large as your forearm. The now destroyed brick used to be held by some sort of mechanism. I turn back and go as deep in the tunnel as I can. You can still see the light flickering at the end of the tunnel. Okay. I move closer to the light. You put away your light and sink forward. You pay attention to sounds and movements, but there's no crackling of a campfire, no wandering of chat or chatter. You see a shape of a gate far in the distance. I look for anything unusual. Hi. Try to get closer to see who's responsible for the light. You stumble over the cord that's stretched right above the ground, starting the clatter of pieces of wood and bone that are hanging from it. The light at the end of the tunnel draws near, followed by a few human-like figures. The creatures don't shout or wail, and neither make threatening gestures nor cast angry glances. You hear only the rattle of their bones as they hit against the rocky floor. The empty eye sockets of the naked skulls reveal nothing. The 4 skeletons wear a few rags and 2 of them still have scraps of flesh on their limbs. Their weapons are unconvincing, simple digging tools and spears tipped with rocks, but you notice the speed and confidence of their movement. The one in the back is holding a wooden lantern, while another one is carrying a fresh torch, but the group doesn't pay much attention to their steps. And toward the door behind me. I tend to not really care much about very high-tech mech, BattleBot, sci-fi kind of stuff. I'm more of a medieval kind of guy. That's fair. They're not doing anything threatening, but then again, they're just skeletons. I'm just gonna raise my crossbow. Depending on the undead's movements and how much time and space it has to dodge, it may be difficult to hit it with a quarrel. Also, you may have no more opportunities to load your weapon. Maybe not. Maybe not. I skedaddle. You run with confidence, making sure you have your equipment at hand. I run to the room with stalactites. Alright, water splashes beneath your boots. I feel like this might be a good place to fight, but also you get the door behind you. No, look, there's no way to face it. Okay. You lead the undead to the short corridor. The door has no lock. You can't keep them away, but they have to enter one at a time. There we go. I use this opportunity. You manage to surprise it with your fierce attack, cutting off its arm with a confident thrust, then step away, unable to swing your blade in such a limited space. While the undead leans away for a few moments, it doesn't take long for it to straighten up again. Alright, keep running. Alright, run to the stream. I'm running to the tunnel. I head to the crossroads. I flee. You run through the last straight corridor. Midway through, the skeleton's rattle recedes. They let you be even before you reach Russell. Hungry and sweaty, you look back. The light stops a few minutes away from here, somewhere close to the crossroads. You won't have a chance to sneak by them. I need to face the undead. Probably on time. We have an hour. We should go. We should go. We're gonna go. Doo-doo. Be like, hey buddy, I tried to get through your little thing. Alright, the fishers have returned to the village, but the work is still far from being over. You see lights and smoke coming from the eastern part, where the fish are being gutted and prepared for. The guards instruct you to not disturb anyone after dusk. At 30 minutes. And tell you that you should visit who may have a room. The locals avoid your eyes, yet you could swear you're being watched. I go to the gatekeeper. Or no, the young person. I tell Paulos about Timo's conditions. He responds with a smile, then warm laughter. And that's all? Of course I agree, as long as she teaches me them pyre dances or whatever it is they do. Tell her I arrive with the spring thaw to meet her. His voice lowers suddenly, cut by pain. Without anyone else, I suppose. He's first to mention the competition for your service. You're still helping Marina, right? We've already talked to our head woman. She agreed to reward your work once your matchmaking is done. Be sure to meet her then. Marina. She looks around nervously and her voice is low and hesitant. An open relationship? As if, seeing her blush, you nod. Our forebears wouldn't encourage such a way of living. Does she pray? When you mention that her village in general seems to not put much importance on matters of faith, she seems to lose hope. Is she pretty at all? She says without meeting your eyes. You try to answer some more specific questions, making her interest suddenly grow. If she's really looking for a safe, slow days, ask her if she's willing to abandon this weird wish. Tell her. She pauses, then straightens up and speaks with confidence as if she's reciting an old story. Tell her this, outsider. You can find love of soul and shell with me and a new path free of empty cravings. You won't ever look back and regret it. Okay. Alright, let's contact the gatekeeper. The guard you met when you first arrived in the village is leaning against the wall, observing both the gates and your mount. Whenever Russell snorts, he reaches for his axe. So I encountered some undead. Right, they almost got my wife. They did when she tried to check out the locked passage. We stay away from there, but talk to our digger. She's there with her tools. He steps away from the wall and looks at the nearest table, where an elderly woman is putting together a humble structure from wooden building blocks. I'm gonna say the digger? The locals explain that century-old caves need little work, and the humble fixes they put in the walls and sheds are taken care of whenever such a need arises. After a few minutes of chatting, one of the children leads you to an elderly woman responsible for looking after the condition of them buildings. The digger called Luno, already wrinkled, gray-haired, and slightly stooped. She's sitting at the eastern gate, placing tiny building blocks on the table, raising a tall tower without making it collapse. Her hands are steady and precise, and her large eyes blink soberly that you want to rub your own. She spares you a look and leans back, resting against the walls, then crosses her arms and critically observes her toys. Cheers, stranger. I have time. South? It's older than any human soul, it is, but not ancient. Those who dug through the mountain were still around when I was but a small lass. The village saved everything it got from the trade for more than a generation to bring the bronze gate from Havana here. The pickaxes and all them tools and nails. It has a single long corridor that reaches from one end to the other. Reaches from one end to the other, and a few chambers on both sides, where travelers used to spend a night if they were desperate enough. Don't try without a group of guards now. Monsters also love deep caves, and the days are getting colder. Come, it's locked. Depends on who you ask. Let's just say that a great turmoil happened 10 years ago, right? The settlements grew further apart, traded less. Keeping a garrison of fighters and builders at the tunnel brought little value. We had to put greater trust in our own work, not in the caravans. Once again, foraging, cutting trees, and farming. With time, more and more beasts gathered around the tunnel, getting used to seeing no pushback. Are we on time? We're good on time. I gotta draw a cactus playing a harp. What? Alright. We'll do this quickly then. Do the harp first, that might be easier. It's not gonna be a pretty harp. No. Do classic harp. Don't do that harp. Alright. They go like this. And they go like this. And then there's a thing. I don't know how many strings a harp has. So I'm just gonna put 5. Okay. And then let's try not to ruin this harp with our cactus. Unless maybe I do it silly like. It's gonna be hard to make it look like a cactus and not something else. His whittle paw there. And you know what? Put him in a flat pot. Oh, excuse me. I think I made the harp too big. He's so little. You can say what you want, but you'll be sure to never know what to expect on my next drawing redeem. Is cute. I tried. Here at me. He's a whittle guy. Look at him. Look at your whittle cactus playing a harp. I drew that first shape and I was like, careful, Nina. She looks at an old plank that's been resting behind her stool. She compares its thickness with her toys, then reaches for a gouge and a handsaw. It was 3 years back when a few traders of ours went missing. Our searching group found the gate, locked from the inside. They tried to check it but left the place when they saw moving shells, dead and fleshless. We decided to clean it someday in the future, maybe hire a group of strangers to take the risk upon themselves. She glances at you, but so far none have reached our village. I was told. Look at the structure. I love the face. So cute. Hey, how are you? Hello. Hey, Kian. I'm good. Just playing our game. Dreading going back to the office next week. And like, considering how drained I was after I got to the office, I was like, yeah. So I feel bad, but I'm gonna do like a little test thing of where I don't stream Wednesday and Thursday. Oh yeah, peak pixel style. So I'm doing good. I just wish I didn't have to work in the office. But we gotta make money, it's fine. That's pretty much it, right? She glances at the spread wooden blocks. Every few springs or summers, I gather a crew to build something new, or rather replace an old hovel with something fresh, but most of the days I just make sure that roofs don't fall on our heads and that the cribbing in the caves ain't too moist. Then the Coopers help me or a bunch of fishers. She gives your axe a long look, then reaches for her much smaller hatchet and shaves one of her toys slightly, narrowing it. For centuries, there's been merely one digger at a time, and this custom serves us well. It does. Yeah, work, the real arch nemesis of our lives. And I was like, yeah, man. And of course, my brain's like, imagine if you could do 8-hour streams. And I was like, that's crazy. And I was like, no, hear me out. 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours like in the afternoon or evening. I'd get so much faster through my games. Usual name for your trade? And what would be a usual name in the city? A builder? After you shrug, Luno grasps one of her wooden blocks like a dagger. Our forebears used them to dig in rocks, winding the caves, and it was a name with great honor behind it. When I look around, she does so as to prove her point. It reminds me of our long path, from hiding to thriving and on the surface. She can't hide her smile. Did your crew build that keep on the hill? She looks in its direction. The whitewashed walls make it look brighter than many clouds. We started when I was only a teen, still learning from the previous digger. Her voice is full of pride. There used to be a humble watchtower there with tents around it. Now we can all stay locked inside thick walls, but also shoot arrows from the wall, roof, and windows. You ask her if the keep has been used by the locals in combat, and she suddenly grows disheartened. You would be surprised. You would. There are tales of dragons, pirates, and bandits, but all those happened before the war. Those lands were different, though I can't say exactly how. I'm with the merchants. Do you have enough building materials for your needs? Better ask the Coopers. They struggle with timber. The good thing about digging in hills is that we always have enough stone. Our rocks are crude, but we don't need to sculpt, just pile them on. She turns a few building blocks into a small wall. She wants me to open the tunnel. Okay. Old man is running along the riverbank trying to stop an escaped hat with a stick. You go to... Locals scowl at me when I ask about Asturian. I go to... a Cooper. The Coopers and carpenters in general have their space at the edge of the village, separated from the sultry with stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, and which are then swept into a pile and moved into the smokehouse. You walk between the 4 woodworkers while the last one, a young woman with an apologetic smile, leaves the thatched door. She's wearing a heavy, worn robe, half brown, half yellow, covered with dust and wood chips, and carries under her arm a stack of willow withies. 2 small seashells in many shades of orange are hanging from her ears. Stranger, we need space here. I was hoping to learn a bit more about your work. I'm from Havana. With a sigh of relief, she approaches an unfinished barrel whose staves are getting pressed together with a dense cage of weaved withies. In the city, the Coopers would use old iron hoops, which would take less than a 20th of the labor. She drops her delivery and touches your shoulder with her large, strong hand. So the guild wants to speak trade again. Very well. All right. Very well. Let me show you around. I'm Domita, the head carpenter, I guess, she states with hesitation, and one of her workers mockingly snorts. Your guide laughs in response. Shag an eel, idiot. Her small crew laughs as well. I smile as well. Her teeth are mostly yellow, but straight. My predecessor lost his eyes to a harpy a few days back, so I'm new to this role. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She confidently straightens up. Right. We have 2 types of work, barrels and everything else. On good days, we make a barrel. On bad days, we fail. She laughs, but that's fine. We can always get it done after a good sleep. She goes into greater detail and your eyes start to wander between the benches, pieces of cut wood, mallets, axes, and shaving tools. Noticing this, she nods towards the other workers. When the barrels are resting or bending, we do other things, but only for our own farmers, builders, fishers. Navica is the most experienced of us, so she makes boats, paddles, right? Responsible tasks. The tiny woman she points at doesn't even raise her eyes. We sometimes make furniture, we do, but merely when something breaks. Navica. I'm gonna write that down. was aware it was already on Switch, but either forgot or wasn't aware it was also on Steam. Well, I mean, I just saw it pop up on my little, like, Steam store page, and it gets released in 5 days, so... Huzzah! So the barrels are the most important. Do you have enough wood for them? Not really. We use oak, beech, and pine, but staves have to rest for 3 years, sometimes 2, sometimes 4. Every day I bring 14 staves and 2 headers here and replace them with new ones. We're careful with what we have. It's hard to plan years ahead. She gives you a warm smile. You need to talk about it with my neighbors first, but maybe the guild would like to provide us with timber? We'd rather barter than lock the coins in the keep, you see. The guild won't move wood from their own stalls so far to the north, but they may help you set up a new hamlet or find you a partner who lives closer to Hag Hills. Right? It would need to be someone outside of the peninsula. Here, everyone cuts only for themselves. They do, even those jesters from creeks. We used to have a camp of lumberjacks, but now our warehouse gets emptier every day. For a bit, you discuss with her the value of a wagon filled with logs or planks, but the discussion leaves your air of expertise quickly. You simply promise to get the message to the merchants, and Domita wishes you a safe journey. I take one more look and leave. A bunch of kids laugh as they carry buckets of vegetables over the stone bridge, calling someone who may very well be minutes away from them. Or getting... They don't want to talk to me. So sleeping at a house. She requires an absurd payment or half a day of your labor. I would get health back. Give me health. I've almost beaten the original trilogy, then Investigation Duo Pack, and I have yet to start either the Apollo trilogy and the Chronicles. Yeah, have fun with that, man. Have fun with that. The moon is bright, and so is the night. You recognize shapes of owls and bats and spot movements on the ground. There are many stories about the moon's origins and purpose, and they're older than any of the doctrines known in the cities. These legends are shared not by religions, but rather by tribes, as if they're part of a deeper conviction. Something spread through the milk of mothers and wet nurses, or through the whispers of the trees and winds. The moon is a powerful spirit who watches and guides humankind. When we have no sun to protect us, that's why we call what's in the center the Eye. It's a large rock that one day will fall from the sky and crush everything that's alive, starting a new age of darkness. For some reason, it controls the weather. It gathers weak clouds like a shepherd and shapes the tides. It's a home of strange animals. They are different but as bright as humans, and sometimes visit the land. The moon is up there and we're here now. Who cares what it hides? Give me the first one. I'm gonna be slightly... Ooh. Oh my god, the moon! Alright. Try to return to the young people, looking for someone... Okay, so... Navika is the best boat maker in the north, says a young boy with a proud posture. Come, I'll take you to her. The carpenters have their space at the edge of the village, separated from the sultry with a stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, of which are then swept into a pile and moved to the smokehouse. The tiny woman keeps her distance from other workers, partially because of the many bits and pieces she needs constantly at hand, as well as logs, steam planks, and a boat keel only a few steps away from her. Her light brown hair is in a ponytail, letting her work, and the simple tunic and pants made of hemp in 3 shades of red have short sleeves and legs. Her tan skin is like dark honey. She glances at you from afar and turns away, cutting some of the log without pause, as if hoping you won't notice her. The massive broadaxe made of fine steel looks even larger, as it's resting on her back, and it's engraved with the shape of a toothed eel twisted into a spiral. The kid leaves you alone and you're standing in silence. I heard you make boats. Yep, I make boats. She doesn't raise her eyes. I walk away. Alright. I mean, they don't want to talk to me, but what if I just try it? Asterion. You didn't learn anything new according to locals. Asterion has been around in many days. Okay. That's all I can really do. Okay. He might be gone. Also, how are we on food? I have no food. But I've dropped off at least 4 of the rods. I have no food. I am filthy. I'm gonna keep exploring. Doo-doo. Excuse me. The path is clear in a way. The pebbler is nowhere in sight, but the road is covered with leaves and broken branches. The only fruit-bearing trees are growing right on the sides of the road, surely planted there by humans. There's a sizable amount of fruits and leaves the monster may chew on, so it may return any day now. Take me an hour or two, but at least I'll have a snack. Yeah. I'm gonna have a snack. You prepare all your tools, especially your thick protective gloves, and tether Russell to one of the younger trees. It's not an easy task. You spend about an hour cutting down twigs, shaking off the fruits of the thinner branches, picking them by hand, or hitting them with a stick. Your rope helps you stay secure, and the first few minutes of climbing is closer to fun than work. But the longer it takes, the more tired you become. You take a break to eat a bunch of plums and apples, though there are not that many juicy or sweet ones left. The beast knew which ones to choose. You're standing on a carpet of browns and greens with some hints of reds and purples. You drag some of the thicker branches to the side to make riding forward easier, but the earthworms and boars are going to have a feast. Okay, can I eat? Yeah, me. No. That way I have bonuses. Or no negative bonuses. Let's hope the peddler's picky enough to ignore all the mess on the ground. There. Try to make life easier for everybody. The corridor of pruned trees leads you to a steep ascent. Behind them grows a peaceful meadow filled with flowers and crickets and the humming of a waterfall. On the beaten path, you spot no footprints or wheel trails, but there's smoke on the horizon. I dismount and let him up. The pastures and fields are spread over an unnatural plateau. Humans must have been carving in the hill for generations, covering it with soil brought here in buckets and wagons. Well, that doesn't sound good. Among the weeds and tall grasses, you spot rotting tools and a tunic. The pasture is overgrown, and so are the fields. Some of the oats are ready for harvest. Something is wrong. The locked gate is taller than a troll. You can't imagine climbing up the massive wall. For a moment, you follow the path to the edge of the cliff. The roaring ocean is more than 100 feet below you. You spot no one looking at you from the watchtower, no patrols of archers. The wall is occupied by black and blue birds of various types. You return to the gate and focus on the sounds. There are a few screaming ibexes. A young boy is crying. I knock on the gate. The thudding scares away the birds. They call loudly, startling the cacophony of throats and flapping wings. After maybe a minute, you hear a bronze plate scratching against the wood as someone reveals the peephole. The strict female voice stops you from moving closer. Traveler! Old Pagos is secluding, for it's been smitten by a deadly plague. Be gone before you get sick. Do you need any help? I'm the new Roadwarden. No one can save us. You look into the young brown eyes that match the skin of the black-haired owner. While the woman looks like a southerner, she has a strong local accent. She follows you cautiously without blinking, like a fighter waiting to strike. North from here, in the monastery, live masters of spells and potions, blessed people guided by the right themselves, and even they are powerless. You hear more footsteps gathering near the entrance. May them be blessed, for they look after our ill, a weak voice of an elder chips in. We thank ye, Warden, the woman continues. We can't know how many of us will see the winter. If you really want to help us, warn the other tribes. They wouldn't move a finger for us, but we ought to protect them. There must be something I can do. After she blinks, you catch the sadness in her eyes. I've heard such words more times than I can count. We've done all that we could. What's left is to ask the right to ease our pain and wait. Can I ask you some questions? Ask, but there's not much we can do for ye. We see no one. We travel nowhere. We were born on this hill and will die here. After a few breaths, her eyes get kinder. I'm Tertia. If you bring any news, I'll take them to our council. Looking for a Styrian? You can't tell anything from her eyes. Isn't he dead? What makes you think that? I'd say that about any traveler who disappeared in the wilds. Wanderers may know their roads, but they're not above humans. Don't you know the saying? Wait 2 days for the lost, 10 for the wounded, 20 for the ill and mad. You don't wait for more. So were you waiting for him? Well, that's not much of a secret. She looks to her right, then at you again. Head far east to the crossroads. You'll find a watchtower, an old building made of our stone. You notice the pride in her voice, but hardly used since the war. Your friend wanted to turn it into a shelter, hire guards, patrol the roads. He took our key and rode away. He was meant to meet with us again, trade for materials and tools. Never happened. Any idea? Before it was completed, the builders were spending the rainy days in the coastal village in the far north. Gale Rocks, it's called. Ask there. I think I have that key then. Which way would you take me through to travel to the watchtower? The northern route, most likely. There's more tribes there, but the eastern road is dangerous no matter which way you're going to enter it. But if you care about time, you could check on the gate through opening it on your own, not be easy. It used to be that our guards were keeping it open for the travelers. The last one that we sent away, Quintus, is either dead or seeking refuge in another village. Still, behind the gate you'll find the shortcut. It's a dangerous path, but your palfrey may be just fast enough to get you to the other side. You ask her what she can tell you about this gatekeeper, and she gives you a warm look. He may not be one of the sharpest wits, but he's loyal to his duty and returns kindness with kindness like we all should. I met Quintus. He's doing fine. So he's still with us. Her voice rings with enthusiasm. She asks about his well-being, reacting to your story with a mixture of worry and joy. I'm sorry to hear about his nose. I hope he knows what he's doing. In his position, I would just look for work in Haller's Den or ask for help from his friends at Pelt. See, and then I'm gonna go back there and tell him, like, the village says do this. Are there any hunters from Creek? You're the first soul who came here in a very long time. Were you bothered by bandits? Not in years, Warden. They did attack us on the road once before, but their little pack won't come here. At first her tone is gentle, but after she blinks twice, it turns solemn. Or they would face our anger. Our walls fear only dragons. Our blades are made of steel. Tell me about the illness. She glances at someone or something that stands to her right. It lasts a long time. Even those who seem to avoid death remain weak for days. There are fevers, headaches, red faces, red eyes, and rash. Those whom we had to burn were sleeping and raving, unable to understand us, and got too weak to move or even drink. Children and the elderly suffer the most. Why don't you harvest your crops? Even though her cold gaze doesn't break, her voice betrays her pain. Some of our youth refuse to stay behind the walls. They say they need to leave before they fall sick. If we were to let them outside, one of them would refuse to come back. You frowned. No, it wasn't pain, what you heard. It's shame. Don't you want me to ask the other villagers? There's no love between us and them. We don't share drinks, stories, or dances. If it weren't for marriages, our children would never see each other. And if it weren't for trade, we would just as well live on a mountain peak. They need our stone. We need fishes and salt from Gale Rocks, game meat for creeks, and grain from Haller's Den. But all of them are harpies, led by greed and lust, the same ills that wounded our grandparents. She hesitates and looks to her left. Still, the wicked souls of White Marshes are even more burrowed in shadows. Sounds like you hold a grudge against them. She takes a deep breath. Yet, I won't spread any rumors. As much as it saddens me, they need us to survive, and we need them. And you're even stranger to us than they are. To say anything more about the other village. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses? She blinks as if the question reached her from another realm. We can't be sure of the next spring, even less so that our gates will ever open. I can't offer you any promises for the tribes. Food? We hardly have enough for ourselves. We used to get supplies for rocks and sculptures, but the monk advised us against it. Our wares may carry the illness. I feel bad. I found old Pagos, though. You ascend a gentle hill with green thickets coating the valleys. The path is like an endless bridge built by the ancient three-legged giants, or maybe by the pagan spellcasters. The higher you get, the fewer plants you see. Hit by a cold wind, you adjust your cloak. I ride slowly, sitting in the center of the saddle. Mountains are harsh for horses. Just like clip-clopping. Oh my god, that's a big hourglass. You approach the raised drawbridge and observe the face of the mountain. The hooks holding the hourglass are as large as a person, displaying their devotion to the right proudly. It took tremendous wealth and labor. What a waste of steel. I wonder who's responsible for polishing it. The temples in the city are granted. Who polishes it? The rustling of leaf carries no song of birds, shouts of apes, or winds of hunted critters. The river attacks its banks with a fierce roar. You get off your palfrey. The cave mouths are connected by paths, stairs, and bridges. You don't see any people, but there's smoke coming from one of the entrances, and you hear muffled thuds of a hammer. The gardens are weeded, the buildings firm, green trees on top of the mountain bear red and brown fruits. 2 rounded sticks are tied with a rope to a nearby rock. You grab them and take a closer look. They're claves. I make a few firm hits and shout at greet anyone who shows up near the building. The echo of your hits cuts through the swishing stream. After a few minutes, 2 hooded figures leave a cave mouth at the top of the mountain and give you a long look from the edge of the cliff, then walk down the path with caution. You smile and wave to them before they disappear behind the buildings, which are made of bricks, not logs, and are covered with tiles instead of thatch. Little by little, the bridge gets looser, then it hits the grass gently. The taller figure, now covered with shadows, invites you with a gesture. I lead Russell inside. Greetings! And greetings to ye. He hesitates, his voice is hoarse, but sonorous. Salutations to thou, traveler. He puts his bandaged hand on his waist. You're at Wright's Haven. The greeters take off their hoods. They wear brown, dark, simple, worn robes and ropes instead of belts. They've no jewelry or ornaments, just small bags made of fabric on their shoulders. The larger shell belongs to a strong, barefoot man in his 50s. Despite having no weapon, his eyes are audacious and could belong to a mussel standing in the door of a harbor tavern. His wrinkles are subtle, but there are only a few tufts of gray hair on his greasy head. His skin is pale, covered with liver spots, though at closer look you realize a few of them are just stains left by ink. I look at the second monk. The girl's about 14 with unsightly acne on her forehead and a robe that brushes the ground whenever she takes a step. Her black hair is tied into a humble ponytail. She observes your horse curiously, cocking her head to a side, but once she catches your look, she meets your eyes boldly, raising her chin as if to challenge you. Thy mount is free to help itself with hay and water. We'll wait outside. Thou can't stay here for now, but leave before the night. The plague is nearby, the struggle ahead. While they indeed leave the room, their trust only goes so far. They observe you through the open door. The building is a single storeroom filled with crates and barrels, a stack of firewood and another one of bricks, a pile of straw, a chest, 2 wheelbarrows, and finally the racks, shelves, tools, clothing, and utensils. The light comes from the open gates, accompanied by the sharp draft. I tether Russell near the water and join the monks. The lack of walls makes you feel exposed. A few pair of eyes observe you from the paths above you, while others either climb to the very top or approach the unremarkable vegetable beds. Most of the dwellers wear hoods, and all of them wear similar worn robes. A chilling wind touches your neck. I'm going to put on my hood. They keep their distance. The man greets you by raising his open palm, wrapped with bandages that disappear underneath his sleeve. His lips form something between a sneer and a smile. What brings thee here? Art thou a go-between? The girl keeps an eye on your axe and occasionally glances at your boot, the one that hides a knife. Oh, she's smart. She knows. I'm Levanus, the new road warden. Good, well, the roads need their wardens, the folks need their roads, but there are none behind this mountain, and we take care of the one that you've just crossed. Thou dost not need to bother. Thy services are not required. He gestures for you to wait. But where's the man with a red beard? There isn't enough work here for the two of you. Asterion, I was hoping to find him here. I'm sorry to disappoint thee. He rubs a liver spot on his head, but he hasn't been here in months. We rarely have visitors different than our friends from Old Pagos. We don't invite the outside world, and we don't care much for it. Hast thou checked in Pelt of the North? On the southern road? If he's wounded, it's a safe shelter, I've heard. The girl scratches the ground with her boot, though it remains hidden underneath her robe. The man looks at her with amusement. Looks like Decima here is eager to return to her duties. I'm Ali, but I'll not shake thy hand. One of us could carry the plague in our flesh. Who can know, who can tell, what brings thee to our monastery? Oh, it's a lot of talking. All right. We're doing great, though. Is there nothing? Well, his cough doesn't help his hoarse throat. We don't understand what makes it grow. We put to use all the ingredients we found, brewed as many potions as balms as we could, and they worked for one afternoon. Then people once again fell ill. Who can tell where the sickness dwells? A powerful healer could get rid of it once and for all with a single spell, but no father of the right in the north carries such talents. Maybe it's time for someone to enter. I'll seek a great healer. I smirk. I'll seek a great healer then. He rubs his hands together, pressing a thumb against his palm and look at the sky, such as...
Now you will be with us forever!
Oh, hello, Abby.
Hoffude Abby Pleasant Heckin.
The necromancers, the golem maker, dangerous souls with no reason to help us. Okay, so they know about Utica. What can you tell me about Asterion? Let me think. He looks at the sky and clenches his fist around the straps of his bag. The first time he was here, we asked him to find us some iron in Gale Rocks. The second time, he did bring us a few scraps, but was wounded. A piece of flesh bitten away from his thigh. Said that a 100-legged worm had caught him off guard in a meadow. Instead of his pay, we offered him a potion. Tell me about Gale Rocks. He hesitates but finally nods. Just some seaweed eaters. The soil is barren, but the strongest of them spend their days on the boats among the sharp rocks. Those who can't hunt for fish boil water to make salt. They trade with other villages more than anyone in the peninsula. For crops, wood, meat. He snorts. But they're a weak folk. Weak and angry, like a wolf beaten and kicked from a pup. Loud, ready to bite, but all it takes is for someone to raise their hand, then it jumps away and whimpers. He lets go of his bag. At least they follow the right's teachings. Anything noteworthy about the iron he delivered? Scavenged from furniture, a few of them are rusty. Who knows where he brought them? We melted them for nails. It used to, but like all places that belong to beasts, it shifts every year. The only reason why it still has trails at all is that creatures use our roads as their own game trails. Only a dimwit would try to cross it now. After you ask him if he knows any such person, he takes a deep breath. Well, last I've heard, Quintus the gatekeeper from old Pagos is missing, or dead. He's a brute and an idiot, can't understand jokes, can't stand weaklings. If thou ever meet him, just smile at him, speak as much as he needs to shut up. Oh, that's so mean. He was really nice to me. Wants to place these rods in high places, can you help me out? Ye brought her magic here? He steps back while Decima turns toward you and reaches behind her back with one hand. Ali's voice is closer, shout, take it away before you put all of us in danger. Just a piece, I'm gonna save in case I mess up. It's just a piece of bronze. His pale face starts turning red. The echo adds a thunder to his words. You not ask for your thoughts? You think yourself a judge after you put trust in that witch? He points at you with a bench head. She's a beast in clothes. Its claws would tear apart thy head. Oh my god, okay, so I'm not gonna put it here. Looking for a few hunters? Were they here? Hunters from creeks. He mimics your voice with a hint of mockery. Not a soul from there has reached this temple in... He rubs the back of his bandaged hand and looks at a monk who's carrying buckets of water. Well, a decade. They've got enough hunting grounds. The heart of the woods, the watchtower, the northern hills. Bandits? Then ask of the villages. He looks at the wooden entrance hall behind you. No group is gonna bother us, for they've got no understanding of our pneuma and potions. Need any help? He puts his hands together, repeatedly taps his fingers. After a few breaths, he straightens up. No. You know about the necromancers? He rubs the liver spots on his forehead with his bandaged hand, looking with one eye at his short companion. This and that. I heard I can find them in the northwest. Head back to the crossroads, then north, then right, into the bogs. There you'll find white marshes. The tribe used to forage and gather peat, but now follows Arentius, their priest, who knows. Maybe he's the reason why so many travelers have disappeared on the roads. Decima scratches the ground with her boot, humming a tune, but Ali tells her to shut up. He carries on with sudden anger. The story is as old as the rites tablets. Tribes look at monsters and ask themselves, how can we use them? Their pride pushes them into their own fall. They hurt the innocent, then vanish in flames, or wake as empty ones. Any thoughts? He's never been here. He's locked in that hut, a prisoner of his own conscience, speaking to his tribe as to children. Could there be a darker joke? A necromancer who calls himself a prophet? As he snorts, Decima puts on a wide grin. What next? An emperor bathing in blood? No follower of the right could survive such a fall. So what was it like before? Far from lovely, his smirk softens as his eyes grow worried. It's been struggling for years with food, children, the beasts of the bogs, the traders. They were strangers to us, even in the old days when they used to join old Pagos in their pagan feasts. He looks at Decima, who listens to his tale curiously. But then the monks arrived, and that bridge went down with flames. When the missionaries reached the bogs during the years of war, there were already some wounds that could never be healed, not even by a shared prayer. So just in general. He pulled his fingers together, gathering his thoughts. My stance? I don't need one. I trust the right. The dead makers must be weeded out. Their power brings only fogs. One may think the spellcaster's in control of the shells, but once they lose their breath, they're dead or freed, searching for blood. Humans will never control the dead. So how does one deal with them? Well, is it a single corpse, a squad, an army? Thou needest to learn how shrewd the enemy is. Can it sense thy presence? Can it use a bow or spells? As long as thou art alone, it's always better to run. The older empty ones, even those that weren't awoken by the fogs, get cunning, human-like, but with cruelty thou hast never seen. Okay. I have some... What can I know why I can't, let's just ask him. Want us to give thee a chest and a weapon rack too? Or maybe feed thy mouflins in our gardens, or ask us to bed with thou? Whoa, calm down. It's not an inn. We respect the hardships of one's journey, so we don't scare off the strangers who cross the mountains, but we don't let them wander around and take our time for granted. He looks at his bandaged hand, makes a fist, then opens it and stretches out his fingers. Maybe with old Pagos locked, our old rules too shall change. Would you like to barter? Not today, not before the spring. Our order uses every bottle we make to help the sick from old Pagos as well as to protect ourselves. We'll bring you some dragon bones or something. He looks at the steel hourglass hanging from the wall. Taste, softness, tools of murder. We shall crave not. One thing we lack are delicacies we could offer to the sick and weak. Thou wilt not find such a thing in this sad land. I I was asked to look for a healing potion for this trader. A brief mention of the dolmen is enough to spark an understanding gleam in the monk's eyes. I know of this place, even spent the night there once or twice. But if thou truly thinkest it hides stuff from our eyes, head to someone who cares about these paths. Try Foggy. He turns his head around, scratching his ear. The tavern keep of the northern crossroads. She might have heard of something. I have questions about the monastery. What could they be? Does this place have a name? Depends on who thou ask. Ist. It's the largest temple on this side of Hag Hills and the only one beside the sacred cave in Gale Rocks. He points at the huge hourglass. Is it right summit? Or the temple of Old Pagos? Or high caves? Like they used to be for my Nana. He rests his thumbs behind the rope on his waist. The tribes come and go. The names shift. For now, we all know what we mean by the monastery. Can you tell me about your order? How does one describe the air they swallow, the water they draw each day? His contemptuous, yet playful smile makes it clear he doesn't seek your answer. I can tell thee it's not old, but older than thou, and that its monks work and pray, but it's not a place nor a congregation. Words don't reflect our purpose, for human tongue is meager and stupid, and so are our ears. Okay, religious folks. He straightens up and puts on a more serious tone. We look for knowledge, knowing we'll not uncover the truth. We study herbs, mushrooms, rocks, and winds. Old Pagos feeds us and we take care of its orphans. He glances at Decima. Heal its sick, write down its stories. We silence our thoughts, fix our past wrongdoings, seek peace and understanding. I've seen and touched stuff I can't even name, and they were delightful. I now find no difference between what I do to keep my shell alive and what to fulfill the right's will. An old woman without her hood who leans forward while walking exits one of the caves and walks along the rock face. From time to time, stopping in place to watch the garden, the scars on her face can't distort her kind smile. Does this place have a leader? He crosses his arms and takes a look at the cave behind him, then gives you a harsh look. If our prelate was willing to see thee, they'd let thee know. I'm willing to prove them trustworthy. We'll see. Maybe. Tell me about your faith. He takes a deep breath, puts on the hood, and closes his eyes. His voice, while still hoarse, becomes monotone, like a scribe reading a list of the dead. The right is the greatest of souls, the wall of light that protects humankind, the life after death. Those who follow their teachings will abandon their shells. To follow means to guard right's tribe and to help it grow in strength and peace. To achieve this goal, one needs to learn and to accept the creation and its nature. This allows us to shape matter, souls, pneuma without turning them against us. To be a monk means to find freedom in right's tablets, to abandon one's ambitions. I serve right's will. I let it build my salvation. I prepare the tribes for their end. He takes off the hood again. For the first time, you see true gentleness in his eyes. May these words be carried with my blood. So be it. Let's see. He rubs a large lever spot on his bare hand, piercing you with his gaze. How does one become a monk? He lets out an amused grunt and clasps his hands together. When one needs to join an order, they find a way. It's not aught thou wantest, but a stuff that happens to thee. Give me an example, bro. Oh, I don't know. Abandonest thy past? Throw thy pet down the cliff and pray? You don't find even a hint of playfulness in his voice. After a longer pause, he carries on. I'm sorry, did you say I'm supposed to throw my pet off a cliff and pray? That's horrible. To learn more about your knowledge about the peninsula? No. He sighs. The order protects what it knows, and we seek no wealth. You remind him of your trade, and he responds with annoyance. Knowledge builds and destroys the cities. We, he points at two monks who are seeking snails among the garden patches, are responsible for what we bring from our journey. A blacksmith isn't judged by the deaths of their swords, but they aren't sell them to scoundrels. I just try to keep myself safe. I use what I learned to protect other people. Were you never tempted to do something great? In understanding the world, it seems strange that you wouldn't share what you want with other people. Let's not get too hasty. Let's start simple. And thou thinkest our books and studies are going to help thee? Just keep thy shell healthy. Take care of thy pet. Listen to elders. Oh man, I thought I was going to have more chances. Drats. Alright, well, we found the monastery. We found Old Pagos. How much time do I have? 6 hours before dusk. Do we head back to Howler's Den and let him know the potion is a no-go? And then try to get here? Because I'm like, we're not gonna make it there. We're not gonna make it there. But if I go here, and then try to go here, that's a 3 hour. From here to here, that's 3 hours. I think we should head to White Marshes. As you descend, you think of Ali's reaction to the bronze rod. You could ignore him and take a few minutes to tie it to one of the ledges just nearby. The place is already high above the woodlands. Just in case I look behind and get on the ground. You seek a spot that isn't too easily seen from the trail, then make sure it won't crumble under your weight. After a few minutes, you finish placing the rod, held by a cord and a few heavy rocks. You doubt anyone would stumble upon it. Alright, the leafless plants resemble tree roots rather than creepers, even though they're dark green and sway from side to side slightly. Russell stops without a command, unwilling to approach the nightmarish gate. There's no other path in sight. I pick up some branches and throw them at the creepers. You step among the muds and grasses, but some desperate creatures scrape this land clean of any wood they could eat. It takes you a few moments before you find any that doesn't fall apart under your touch. Once it hits the creepers, they bend backwards swiftly, then try to reach you with a loud swoosh, getting a bit longer as they repeat this attempt a few times. You tell your mount to step away, but the plants don't chase after you. Examine the water. The dirty ponds are hard to see through. It takes a few minutes before you find a stick long enough to poke the water and reach its bottom. Even at the very bank, the water is as deep as your palfrey is tall, and it's quite possible that none of these conveniently spread paths appeared here on their own. Could it be that the locals carried much of the soil by themselves, connecting the deeper bogs with the other parts of the peninsula? Before you have time to dwell on it, you jump back, dodging the strike of a green saurian. You run away so quickly that it gives up in pursuit. I can't cross these creepers on my own. Fudgies. Do I have time? Oh, I don't have time. Well, I might as well go to him. Maybe he's got, I got some more knowledge for him. Be like, hey. Yeah, I need you to open the path to White Marshes. Let's see. Leave with this man. Sitting on the bench observing your rival as he's grinding something in the mortar. You greet him, but he asks you to wait a minute, and only after he's satisfied with his work does he leave his tools behind and move to the edge of the scrap. The creepers on his arms are slightly raised. I need you to use your... Then you know what I need you to do. He smiles and reaches for his basket. Can you take a dragon bone? What I to do with it? Chew on it like a orc? While you're not sure what he means by that, he finally lets out a sigh, and you throw the tiny disc onto his humble supplies. He snaps his fingers. Done. I bring a message. He listens to it without a word, then reaches for one of his bracelets, playing with the wooden beads. He grunts a few times, and his eyes grow absent. I was happy when I got there, you know? I'm not a loafer, was ready to learn all their ways back then. Priest Orientitus saw any spells coming from pagans as disgusting in Wright's eyes. His tone swings between mocking and begrudging. But I didn't let go, and the others outvoted him. Those were very different days. Can you sell me? I have money. I'm gonna think we get the grappling hook because then I can keep following the trail of the people. Give me this. Alright. I don't think I can go anywhere safe. I mean, I could go here. Seek shelter. Should head to the old forest garden. Okay. So you're telling me I can sleep here? Well then, let's clippity-clop over. A fresh mold covers the abandoned cart, and as you get closer to it, a small mouse springs out one of the boxes, disappearing between the blades of grass. There's some ripe fruits in sight. Forage. I'm foraging. Most of what you find are sour apples and juicy plums. Alright, so if I say... You can't sleep here, but there's still time to travel to a safer spot. You find the closest shelter at Foggy Lake. Really? Because you told me that I was gonna come here. But I mean, I'll take num-nums. Num-nums are always good. Alright. Yeah, because I can't travel anywhere else. Silly. Alright. Travel. Nope, not travel. Seek shelter. And there goes all my vitality. Alright. Enter the tavern. I bring news from old Pagos. They're not good. Listening to your tale, she rubs her forehead. Well, not that I was hoping to hear, love, but I'm glad you went there. Better warn the other settlements. Folks should know before they send their own messengers. It's gonna be a rough few seasons for all of us. She pulls out a dragon bone from her pocket and tosses in your direction. Here. Good job. She steps, my phone, towards the jar door and looks at the lake. Want me to do anything else? She scratches the stump of her missing arm. Her powerful voice carries a hint of a threat. I need a soul who can handle a delicate task, and I'm not sure it's you, dear. That's fine. I have some questions about the peninsula. She's about places, not people. I got nothing. I don't know. Let me try to spell that better. Old Pagos. You could visit that place, dear, maybe one of the oldest villages in the north, but even if it's not, it's safe. With strong walls and safe roads, the crops are weak, but for generations now, they've been cutting stone and building for other tribes in exchange for supplies. Some time ago, they tied themselves to the monks, and now they don't look kindly on those who don't follow the orders of truth. She pauses, twisting her lips to one side, choosing her words carefully. But they're plenty fine folks. True believers, something lost in the city, not ones to deal with in slave trade and pillage. Questions? Nope, back to here again. Yeah, give me some num-nums. Cool. This must teach you for you to overcome physical struggles. Thank you. And then, anything to part with? No. Anything to buy? She has meals in advance for me. I'm still good. I'm gonna say sleepy time. Save real quick. I would like health, please. My phone. Ugh. Oh, my nose. Excuse me, put that back. What is this? What is all these? Notifications that I will read later. Hardly any light reaches the ground through the clouded sky. The deep night, as some people call it, is so dark that you can't see the fingertips of your extended hand. You try to look outside, but to no avail. Even the predators will spend the next few hours hidden, unsure what surrounds their shelters and hideouts. Not all of them, though. You hear cheerful howling come from the heart of the forest. A hunt queen, or maybe a hunt lord, has already captured its next meal. I can't stay and watch the entire night, but before my second sleep, I sit still with a single candle, looking for anything that may try to get inside. Alright. Time for me to go. Foragers. I'm too sleepy to hunt. Alright, I walk away. Alright. Oh, I can't get the creepers, even though I asked him to. We're at Foggy. I think Creeks had the guy, because Gale Rocks had the lady. And I guess I could tell them, like, I haven't found anything. Like, this is still blocked. So. And I've gotten rid of some rods, so I might go stop by her and be like, hello. And I need to go to the potion guy. I need to somehow get the wand. Alright, Shallow Creek. Let me just splish splash. Having a bath. Alright, Old Hava the farmer. What she got? So she's got Fish Tramp. Farewell. Ephraim the hunter. About the hunters. Ooh, I didn't examine it, but I'm almost sure I saw their shell. You explained that the shell was in the deep woods in an area where you heard they were heading and they were beyond help. He interrupts your tale many times, but having little knowledge to spare, you can't satisfy his curiosity. He observes you for a few moments and lets out a sigh. You're not making it easy on me, friend. He looks into your eyes and lowers his mouth. I guess all I have is your word. I stay silent. One bit of bad news isn't all I. Maybe the others are fine. Okay, well, I'm gonna walk away. Bye. What about the carpenter? Old Pagos is suffering from a plague. He freezes and puts away his tools and looks at you with wide eyes. Wait for a bit, will you? Without waiting for your response, he springs up and knocks down a few planks as he lurches away, asking his neighbors to call the entire tribe. People surround you asking what's going on, and once the news spreads, you answer dozens of questions, though most of what you have to say could be summed up with, I'm not sure. Aside from the worried faces, there are also more pragmatic ones. Hunters mention that they won't be able to deliver their autumn pelts, while one of the farmers wonders about her cousin. She was always so pious, she says with an accent you remember from old Pagos. May the right reward her prayers, or else. After some time, the crowd pays you little attention, and Eli leads you back to his workstation. They and I will discuss this later, he says with an absent voice, then sits down and glances at his neighbors. I'd like to put this rod somewhere. He grabs the rod and looks at it with caution. I wouldn't call her our friend, exactly. You do better selling this. Swinging it left and right like a club. He tells you to wait. It can't just be my decision. I'm gonna ask the others, at least a few of them. You rest at a table and observe how the man approaches various souls and exchanges a few words with them. It takes him so long you manage to get bored enough to indulge a little girl who'd like to pet wrestle. The man returns and give you the rods back. Well, my tribe is far from convinced. He wipes the sweat off his forehead. We'd rather stay away from it. Okay, at the Eastern Path. Did you face any troubles? Brooke? There was a big spider at the hunter's cabin, but it's gone now. He observes your cheeks and hands and smiles. I'm glad to see you're fine, friend. How's the cabin doing? You answer him a few times and he stretches his arms, then puts his hands on the back of his head. His eyes are absent. So it'll be an easy restoration, maybe a few logs to swap and the roof won't do much good anymore. It takes your pronounced grunt for him to blink a few times and raise the lid of the case. One for the news. He puts the first dragon on the tabletop, then another one next to it. And this one for taking care of the beast. Thanks a lot. Well, friend, thanks for your tales. The hunters and the foragers feel more confident about the meadows from here to Foggy's and even beyond. When you have a day to spare, come here any morning, ask our tribes folks about a job for a road warden unless it rains. You'll get 2 dragons and enough stew to fill your belly for a day, while patrolling the roads and assisting us in our wagons. So the things you're meant to do anyway. I cleared the statue of Foggy's place. The woman with a stick? Seeing your nods, he stops his work. What for? Maybe you can pray at it? Feel threatened by it? Well, you can admire it. Turn to the rocks. I thought you may care. Increases the chance. What? You repeat yourself, but he gestures with his knife for you to stop. Don't be dumb, friend. Birds sit on all the time, and I see no cats jumping on it. Beasts have other senses than we do. Maybe right. Okay, let's see. I still don't know the conditions of the watchtower. The brook wants me to bring more news from the Eastern Road before we travel. Could use a few mundane patrols. I'm too tired to assist. God damn it. Unless you know there's anything else. Alright, be serious now. I need to know what happened. He springs up, still holding his tools and demonstrating his threatening physique, and raises his voice. I am serious. I don't know. He looks behind him and even takes a step back, but with every fused gesture, his breath gets a little bit slower. He said there's something of great value hidden in the wilderness, road warding. A treasure, I think. And that treasure would change the north. He rubs his forearms, but there's still tension in his shell. He needed help we couldn't give him and told us to prepare for Glaucia and her bandits to come for supplies. He paid for them up front, but she never came. Neither did he. When he sits down again, he doesn't look at you. I never saw him like that before. He was tired and worried, friend. His words lacked confidence. It may very well be that something caught him, but we weren't a part of this. Now please, let me be. I have a day to spare. Okay, so they'll give me money, which we need, and they'll give me food. Let me return to Shoshi first. She's preparing for the work, but it's ready to give a few moments. I try to recall Marina's message. Then I guess it's not meant to be. She shakes her head with disappointment. I'm glad you opened this chance for me, friend, but there are parts of me I'm not willing to change. Still, I'll make sure the tribe hears about your help. She suddenly raises her axe and shouts, Hey, you! She addresses no one in particular, but her powerful voice makes everyone stop. Lavanas did me a big favor. Be nice! A few people smile or scoff, and life goes on. And if you want to bring Marina my answer, she rests her chin on the top of the blade, tell her, think it over, for I can make every day of yours sweet and light if you're ready to breathe it fully. Farewell. Let me go to the shallow creek. Alright. Farmer. She's good. Ephron. Fine. I'm trying to think if I should. I should feel like I should, because I don't get food and I don't get money. Oh, do I lose health? Oh, I do lose health. Alright, let me go get clean again, splash. But I got a full belly. Alright, how are we on time? We have 3 hours, okay. And I'm at the creeks. scale rocks. She won't let me sleep there. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna see if I can get into the abandoned watchtower, and then we'll probably stop by here, and then they'll probably be like, it's nighttime. Alright, let's see if I have what I need. I know, no vitality. Should be easy on a pill. I spent half an hour foraging. I approach the entrance. I don't have the key. Signpost. If I forage, I don't think I can get to her. And I know if I get to her, she'll give me more money. And with that money, I can do stuff with it. So let me go to her versus buying berries. Look at it, beautiful. Touch the cold shell, the monster's eyes glow red. Go inside, I'll be with you soon. The stone creature lets you in. I enter the yard. I bring news! Facing a great plague. She stands still. Come again? While you describe the symptoms, she starts to fidget and finally interrupts you. Cut it. Have you heard aught Eulalia and Uranus? They're about 50, 55, a mason and a sculptor. Her eyes are getting bad. He has a limp. I never entered the gate. She rubs her arms above her elbows as if to warm herself up. If you ever ride there again, ask around, please. I need to know. Well, that sounds like her parents. I only have 6 gold. Let's talk about clearing the roads. That's why she wants food, not money. It's meant to react to magically altered soil. Alright, so I at least have that. Spoke with the monks. Are they now? She meets your eyes. What did they tell you? As you recollect your memories, she partially listens to your tale, staring into the distance with her arms crossed. So that's how they see me now. A beast spending every breath to hurt them. Yet they still ask me to put spells in their tools. She remains still, moving only her lips, drawing out every word. All it took was for me to move on, to leave them behind. They call themselves pacifists, unlike blood-shedding unites, they say. Yet forced my tribe to work for them from their birth to their pyre. It's the same sickness of the soul, believing that ye see the truth, that all their souls are blind. When she realizes that her voice is getting close to a shout, she falls silent. I would like to collect my reward. Utica wipes her hand on her robe, puts one into her pocket, and waits for you to describe the locations where you place the rods. She asks you for a few details and thinks aloud. Let's see. 5 rods in total, so that'd be... Here you go. Great, keep it up. Ooh, yeah, if I put more rods down, it would cost less, because, now she can send out her peoples. Okay. Seek shelter. Off I go. Clippity-clop. And a shave. Enter the tavern. Alright. Food is still good. The iron scraps, I feel like I need them for something, but I don't remember what. I'm just gonna buy it. Because I know it's for a quest. Anything I have she wants? New? Okay. Alright, time for me to sleep. I will give you rent. Please give me vitality. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Ugh, muddy roads. Phooey. You notice it while you undress. One of your recent wounds is going to leave a mark. I first notice it by touch, then see in the reflection of my blade a long cut on my cheek. The deep cut in my hand still hurts, especially when I make a fist. Don't do that. I manage to ignore it, but the cut on my leg hurts with every step. Nope. The bruises on my stomach look like a night sky. Why would I care? It happens to all travelers. Give enough time. Let's just keep it clean. Look with bruises. Bruises. It's like, I feel like if I do the hand thing, it's like, oh, I can't hold my axe because my hand hurts, It's like, let's not do that. Alright, I'd like to eat. Num 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 num. And then I'd like to buy 4 meals in advance. Thank you. I shall leave. Foragers, I have nothing. I check that. I don't have it. I'm too weak. He wants more info. I think I should try to go through the cave. Possibly. I'm gonna try go through the cave. I'm gonna do my best. I need to face the undead. Better prepare myself first. Yep. Let's just try. I go in. the corridor, heading toward the light. The skeletons are awaiting you as they take proper stance, filling the chambers with the thuds of their feet. With or without flesh, your target blocks and dodges, making you fight as if you're facing a human, not a bloodthirsty beast. You struggle to land any hit, with the weight of your axe hardly compensating for all the parrying, darkness, and rattling. A powerful blow reaches your back, sending you into the ground, where you're to take a kick in your cheek. You crawl away, but the thin fingers are already on your neck. Lavanus' soul has left its shell. Oops! I died. I'm just gonna put that there. It says random. Is it same? It's the same. Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna... Bye. Bye-bye. I thought I paid him to get rid of the creepers. Well, I'm gonna go here. No, I'm gonna go here. Because I have the plant. That's really all I can think of right now. Alright, wash myself. That's fine. Alright, turn to the barren fields. I use the weird sapling. You remove the linen sack and shake off the soil from the roots, then dig a hole and plant the sapling in the middle of the field. Just to be sure, you don't water it. All you can do now is wait, so you brush Russell for a bit and make sure the saddle doesn't bother it. When you return, the plant is dark from sickness, dried up, withered. The field must have been corrupted, though seeing how there are already some plants growing from it, the spell is fading away. The curse is most likely as old as the last harvest. Yay! Okay, so we're here. How much time do we have? 2 hours? Don't think... Right, because the elder wants me to get a fish from up here, if I remember correctly. Let's go to the pelt. Gonna say what's up to the guards. Did you know there are undead that use light? Kind of? She gives you an unconvinced smile. I know they grow more human, like the older they get. I think they don't need light, they just want it. Like when you put on clothes or take trinkets from those they kill. So I met Quintus. You explain the difficult situation he finds himself in, putting emphasis on his wounds and food issues. Listening to your conversation, the nearby guards surround you, forming a circle together with the boar and ask you if Quintus is in one piece. Your tale causes the tension to give way to jokes. He's so scared of the wrath of the herds that he'll sooner eat his bloody crossbow than learn how to use it, says one of the older women. Let's give the poor guy a break, Delit interrupts, which is not welcomed by a one-eyed man who comments that he's not even here. After another minute, she grins at you. Thanks for telling us. We'll change some plans and get in touch with him during our next trip. Come on, not that. The same man chips in but quiets down under the red hair stare. Goblins? No money. Knowledge? Ooh, we're at 6. We're getting there. I'm gonna save. Throw some dice. I'm ready when you are. Money! I walk away. Go to the inn. What up, Pyros? Still, you don't... Where's my money, Pyros? Alright, so there's this gatekeeper, Quintus. He looks at a mug, listening to your tale. So what do you expect me to do with him once he's here? He can handle easy tasks, ask him to be on the lookout for the beasts and travelers. He's good. We use our wits and traps, not so much brute force, but I guess you're right. A fierce fighter may be of use. He rubs his arm and reaches for a piece of roasted lizard. Bring him here. I offer him gruel and corner to sleep, and I'll pay him once he helps us catch some worthy game. So, old Pagos. He sighs and puts his muscled arm on his head, then asks you about the state of the village and the symptoms you know of. After a short conversation, he observes the counter. I was planning to get in touch with those stonecutters. Thank you for bringing me the news. Let's hope they can make it until next spring. So, about Glacia. That's right, I gotta get it from the mayor. I'd like to ask about someone. Show me your wares. Right, he's got bolts. Give me some bolts. How am I on food? I have no food. Yeah, you're just gonna boop boop. Thank you. Main hall. Can I ask about? There's so many people. I don't know, let's ask about Foggy. Foggy. You mean Foggy the tavern keeper? I assume you'll find her on the northern road far from here. Truth be told, I don't know much about her. Tavern and inn owners don't have many good opportunities to see each other. He chuckles, but she's a fun one. Drinks a lot, makes feasts. Ain't as scared of beasts as most people. Looks like there's some good coin to be made in her scrap of the peninsula. He looks away. Who would have guessed? Or maybe she just has a nose for coin. Alright. So we got that. It's pretty much night time. Do you have anything? No. Ooh. Have I been doing it wrong this whole time? Was I so... Oh, was I supposed to click these? Okay, hold on. Okay. I've been doing it wrong. I thought they were gonna appear there as word text. Oops. So I have 2 scraps. Okay, so somebody did want to buy these bronze rods. No, I want to help her out. Because then she could use those golems to help patrol the lands. Like, why would I not want that? I would want all the help. Sealed on day 0, last checked on day 4. Excuse you. I thought I picked it back up. Alright. I think we're gonna sleep here. Yes. Give me vitality, please. Okay, with that, I could break down the door to the old watchtower. Just gonna take a little gander, see if there's anything. Bye. Save. Say what's up to the guards. Gonna try some dice. Let's freaking go. Alright, bye-bye. Alright. I'm gonna go here. And then we'll try to go back through it, or should I probably should head to the other people that need vitalities. I used the bone hook of mine to leave the bronze rod at the top of the watchtower. Getting to the roof takes you a good few minutes. Tying the rope to the bone hook is easy enough, though you struggle to throw it just right. After a few attempts, it finally lands in such a way that it's stuck at one of the crenels. You pull it, jump in place to make sure it won't go under your weight, then get to the top, walking on the surface of the wall. You find a crack between the 2 of the bricks and use the rod to widen it a bit. You push it halfway in and fill the gaps with a linen cloth. You move it a couple of times just to be sure it won't, fall down. You wonder if it's going to lure any lightning. Why don't I... If I'm up here, why don't I open the thing? Alright. We should pick. Let's see. Russell grazes at the fences while you cross the short meadow, seeking edible leaves of fennel, sorrel, and lettuce that hide in the shadows of spruce trees, forcing you to get on your knees and push the branches away. After some time, with needles in your hood and sleeves, you carry the vegetables to the gate, washing them with your water skin and spreading them on a blanket, allowing them to dry up. As you pick the very few remaining pears and berries, you notice a wide tree hollow. You take a look inside and find a stash of acorns and chestnuts, but also hazelnuts. Nah, squirrels need them. Squirrels need them. Alright, approach the entrance. Take my axe and break through. You started chopping the door in a spot where 2 blanks are connected to one another. It takes a bit of time and some precision, especially since you struggle to find the right angle to take a swing. Finally, the wood cracks. When you push it, it lets out the dizzy creaking of rusty hinges. An empty table stands in the middle of a large, round room filled with dusty furniture. Without the open door, you'd struggle to see anything. You wait to be sure that nothing tries to jump on you, and finally hide your weapon. I remember to sharpen it later on. The first thing you notice is that the room isn't high, and just like the window suggested, there's a second floor above it. The scent sparks an image of a cellar, humid but without much mustiness. Tree stumps used as stools surround a round table in the center, now covered in dust. The shelves are empty with no tools left behind, and you see a couple of dishes laying in various spots. Empty. Sticky. The bugs are crawling both on the furniture and near the walls. Spiders, roaches, worms. You think about taking a look into one of the casks, but the smell coming from it makes you change your plans. Instead, you climb up the ladder. The view there isn't much different. The floor is covered with pieces of trash, dirty furniture, and sleeping pallets, which are moist, smelling, full of wriggling, chirping creatures. I don't care about some bugs, I just need to ignore them. You climb down. Russell's looking at the grass outside, still touched by sunlight. You approach the windows, each one locked with 2 heavy wooden bars. Opening them would not be a problem, but knocking them down from the outside won't be an easy task. You sigh with relief. It's a safe place. Following the clue from old Pagos, I look for anything that a stirring could have left behind. You start to move around all sorts of furniture, light and heavy, among various pieces of garbage that you had to push aside. You find something unusual in the space between one of the pallets and the wall. An old, molding wax tablet. There are some writings inside it. Other than that, the place seems to be empty, unless you count broken pottery and ragged clothes. For now, I hide in my bag and put everything back in its place. Time to wash my hands. You're at the ground floor under the watchfire. Dozens of little creatures run away from the new source of light. I don't have anything that'll help me get rid of the bugs. I think that's the other ointment we need, where it's like, be gone. Because I think the one I have is like, don't touch me. So we need that. Tablet. Wooden frame filled with dye. These planks holding a thick layer of beeswax are the most common writing instrument used in the north. The pointed stylus can be made of wood, bone, or metal. Tablets usually fit in one's hand and are used to make notes or write down short messages, especially when there's no option to prepare a scroll and inkstand. Being illiterate, you can't decipher the letters and weird shapes drawn by the previous owner, but you remember that Tulia has mentioned something about a wax tablet used by Styrian. Maybe there's someone who can read it for you. I can't read. Can you read this? No. I want to get back to him, right? I want to tell him, hey, they said you can come back. And I think with that, it's so weird that, like, this is 5 hours. But I want to tell him he can come back, and then I want to go to Haller's Den. And we have enough time. So I could be like, hey, Haller's Den, the people are sick. So let's go to the gate. I think Vashal's died somewhere at the heart of the woods. Oh, sorry, let me do this right. He starts, but then nods with acceptance. Too bad, I'd rather have more strong hunters around. About your duty. What's there to say? Lawson would allow you to stay at his inn. He'll even pay you after you help the hunters on one of their more vicious trips. He crosses his arms, still hesitant. Won't be more risky than this place, and I'd finally have time to rest a bit, but what before that? Am I to live on oats and water and rags? He steps away. You already helped me quite a bit. I can't ask you for that. I need him to make him head to the end. Maybe I could make him trust me some more. I was hoping that I could be like, your friends at Old Pagos told me you should go. You approach the opening gate, then swiftly dismount. A guard approaches you, ready to take your mount to stable. Greetings, Roadwarden. What news do you bring? We gossip for a bit. Even though Haller's Den is a large village, the life here is slow. The curious locals gather around to take part in your conversation. Recently, the fresh cheese spoiled very quickly. Maybe there's a new evil spirit around. Stable master shows up. I'm Baroque. Scowls at you. Alright, I return to Timo, the washwoman. She's at the creek. I have an answer from Paulus. She gasps for air with her hands on her knees, but looks directly you in the eyes. She shouts and jumps toward you, throwing her arms around your neck. I've had such an awful day, thank you. With tears in her eyes, she steps away, though your clothes and cheek are already covered with droplets of water. Of course, nothing is said for sure. Her calm words are betrayed by her excited tone. I'll ask my uncle Akaukius, to need be so rabid when he swaps dragon bones with you. Oh my god, a discount, let's go. After another few minutes of her insisting that you have to come to the wedding, if it occurs, but nothing for sure. But you must promise, but who knows, but you must be there. You leave with her. You leave her with her friends. Oh, they're gonna have a wedding. How exciting. Alright, let's go check on the tailor. Services. I don't worry about clean. I feel like I should fix my armor. I'm gonna fix my armor. Talk about fancy clothes. Yeah, no, she's like, here's some clothes for you. And I'm like, eh. Alright, main square. Let's go to the trader. About the potion. The monks are not gonna sell new potions anytime soon. They're struggling with the plague. Plague? He rolls his eyes. Do the spirits have nothing better to do than to throw logs under my feet? Ugh. What about the dolmen? Have you been there? I thought I was at the dolmen. I bring goods to sell? Okay. Ooh, 8 rings? Ooh, okay. That's better than the other guy. What do you have to sell? He's got a better axe and he's got the linen fabric. Nope, wrong buttons. Save. Nothing for now. Go to... Am I on time? I'm good. Okay, go to the innkeeper. Nope. Look for the mayor. Can you read me this tablet? Dirty. She raises her open palms. You open the tablet yourself and push it toward her. She leans forward with a sigh. Well, half of it's just nonsense. Some letters, numbers, a picture of a boat, I think, and one of a volcano, scrawling about the size of an oar. She stops suddenly. Oh, here's a name. Navica. She sees your look and shakes her head gently. I don't know her. Why are you interested in this tablet anyway? Who's the owner? It may have belonged to Asterion. At first you think she nods to confirm she heard you. Then you realize she's gesturing to make you take the tablet away. I see. So it's not really my problem. She turns away and looks at Irks. Can you wipe this? She points at the table, and soon after he shows up with a wet cloth. I have sad news. For a few breaths she doesn't even blink. So close to us? A plague? How? She adjusts her cape and calls a guard with a gesture. Tell the others to gather by Ape Ale. He tells her and then look back into her eyes. I'll pass them the news once we're done here. We have closed the gates, maybe keep strangers away. She starts to tap on her deal buckle. At least we can make some preparations thanks to you. Good wandering, she says with little conviction. But you should also speak with our druids. They may have more questions for you. The guard returns and the mayor sends her away again. Warn Elpis. She must speak with Levanus soon. That's right. That's right, druids. You gotta talk to me. You gotta talk to me. To the druids! This time, the tall druid gives you an encouraging nod, even though he remains on a bench. He's huge. He would do well as a guard at a city alehouse. You approach the building site. The stone foundations are finished, and the timber frame is jointed together with a set of intriguing cuts like a large toy. One day, their walls will be whitewashed with limestone and turned into a prestigious shelter, unlike the houses made of logs and boards. The other buildings are surrounded by grass, flowers, and herbs. The turmoil of village life is drowned out by the sound of the creek, but the knocking of a hammer shatters its tranquility. The builders give you curious looks from above the log they're cutting. Hi! You're approached by 8 elders gathered in a semicircle watching your steps closely. They're not as large as the workers, and their clothes are far from humble. Instead of hemp pants or tunics, they wear colorful robes and dresses made of wool. They vary in style, length, and embellishment, separating them from the outfits of monks. You spot belts and cords, sandals, and closed shoes. One person is bald, one has silver hair long enough to cover her back like a cape. Most of the druids are clean and rested, though one is a bit of a sloven, with uncombed hair, stained clothes, and dusty feet. And unlike priests of Havana, their hands are marked by scars, hard skin, old burns, and missing fingers. Still in silence, a woman with a staff steps forward. Take a closer look at her. Her gray robe is decorated with a brown thread that portrays leaves, tree branches, and birds. She's over 50, but the youngest one of them all. Her back is straight, the gray hair only an inch long. She doesn't need a walking stick. Her weapon is smooth, longer than she is tall. Her blue eyes are vigilant and keenly observe your face, as if in search for venom in your nose and lips. Her lips are thin and small, formed into an astute line that shakes slightly, as if she's on the brink of a burst of anger. She says nothing. Honored to meet you? She closes her eyes and tilts her head to the left. You listen to the creak, the hammer, and to your own breath. Honored? Pleased? Or maybe curious? Her words are slow and sorted as she's tasting them. Pleased? I am pleased to meet you. She's standing like a statue. We're far from this feeling. Every change is a threat, and strangers bring more than forest fires. She opens her eyes, and for a moment they are shinier, brighter, but also hostile. Your people would see your words as kind, but you are and will be an outsider. We'll listen, but you'll need changes. Cyrus has a message for you. She listens to your tale without so much as a frown, and before she utters her first word, the other druids step away. His request, if real, would be understandable, but I will need give away my neighbor's possessions to an outsider, especially for nothing in return. I need to know you deserve this type of gesture, either because of my own trust or our village's. God damn it. Thias thinks you should know about the plague that has befallen Old Pagos. You tell her what you've learned at the village gates, making her lean on her staff, touching it with her cheek. We can need help with this tragedy. The people of Old Pagos are our friends, and we will risk our lives for theirs. She turns toward the rest of her gathering. After their nods, she takes a deep breath. As she speaks, she looks at the ground. Travel south to the great healer who lives in a cave. Behold the beholder. Oh, beyond the beholder, the spirit that guides us through the swamps. Only he may find a way. Thanks, I'll see what he has to say. The druids give you curious glances but say nothing. Have you ever met Asterion? Nay. Seeing that you wait for more detailed answer, she taps her fingers on her staff. We had nay reason to talk with him. Thias hopes to start negotiations with the merchant guild. What are your thoughts? She looks towards your axe and clamps her hand over her staff with new strength. We are nie ones to tell our village how to act or how to think. If they decide to follow their mayor, we'll follow. She lowers her voice and her gaze like a storm. When a bear enters your house, you do nie scream at it nor hold the door for it to leave. You wait or throw it a fish. But if it heads to the bed of your child, you jump on its back, even if all you have are your teeth. For a single heartbeat, you see a red line in her eye. Looking for a healer? I need a healer. Sorry. She raises her head a bit and observes you in silence. You will need find them here. My soul has its limits. I need to be there when an elder falls down the stairs, when a child gets a fever, when a lumberjack cuts off their arm. We do need your dragon bones, and I will need put a stranger above my neighbors. Just answer necromancy. She grabs her staff with both hands. The awoken spit onto the order of things, on time and nature. When held by human spells, they only grow, waiting for the pneuma of corruption to cover their bones. Their will is simple and will never be forgotten. They will hunt for those we care for, and they will drink their blood. Her face hides any emotion. Her voice is monotonous, but her fingers are getting pale. The curse of necromancy does me enter our gathering. Why do you speak for the entire group? She steps away, tilting her staff toward the other druids, who look at her gently. There's nay master among us. I've answers for our neighbors as I know how to guide them, that's all. For now, I'm trusted, but I'm nie above anyone, and I take upon myself the burdens of daily life from the shoulders of the elders. One day my soul will get cloudier or ever lost in madness, like my mother's before me. Then my lips will be sealed, and a better shell will take my place. You can't tell if her eyes show sadness or relief. Tell me about your faith. She tilts her head to the right and looks directly into your eyes. What do you want to know? I'd like to hear your teachings. Give away what you can, take only what you need. From your soul, from the soil, from the fellowship of humans, you'll leave behind only ashes. Accept it and grow in peace. She ends with a kind smile. If you think 'tis nie much, you're right. If you think any soul has enough years to follow this path fully, your soul is already beset by thorns. In my home, our elders taught us the same thing, and I believe you're right. It's not what I've been told by my, but I understand where you're coming from. Oh, I could lie? See. Give what you can, take what you need. Yeah, makes sense. Vitality, oh thank God. She raises her left hand and touches your skin gently. At first, you feel the warmth of her skin. Then you lose track of time, as if her blue eyes have thrown you into a deep lake. When you shake this feeling off, you feel refreshed. That's not right. You should have asked me first. Thank you. She observes you with a modest, kind smile. I'm just gonna say thank you. What does it mean to be a druid? To be worthy of trust, our elders have to trust that we'll master our shells under their guidance and use them to strengthen all of us. Our neighbors have to trust that we're worthy of their food, even if we do not work with our hands. The creatures need to trust that we deserve to enter their woods. She observes you for a bit and her fingers tap on her staff. This trust would never be put in an outsider. You just healed me, so... They have their own tablet. For a moment you think she's not sure how to answer, but you then realize she's humming to herself silently. She raises her hand and gestures for you to look around. The world of our ancestors was nigh the same as the one we see. They had their truth, we have ours. Stories come from humans, the animals think nothing of them, yet prosper. How do you feel about other religions? We do have to feel about them. If they let us live, we will strike first. A preacher was once here when I was but a teen. Her eyes get a bit more cloudy. I see that one could take the tablets and grow upon them, but the right burns the freedom of others, and their followers build their gray, dead temples from the skulls of those who didn't listen. We request trust, me slavery. There are many rumors surrounding the druids. Some of them portray you as rather cruel. Nay, one ought to speak wisdom in every mouth I see. Her thin lips form a smirk, but her voice gets stronger. The butchers of the Unites are driven by fear, afraid to admit their old malice, to give up on their dreams of power, comfort. They make us the monsters of their tales, for they want their people to look away as they hunt us. We're a mirror of their weakness, the sun to their shadow. We're the proof that they do have to rule. Let's change this topic. I still need that wand for Thyrus. A gentle smile in her eyes only. I know where the things you seek are, and need just the wand. I'm ever willing to give them back. But you want something. You catch a hint of shame in her blink. I ought to ask for something. I'm under nigh obligation to return the possessions of a runaway, but I'm need too blind to spot the value of a kind gesture. I want you to return it, that's all. Elpa's whisper isn't much different from her regular speech. She nods toward the tall druid with the club who used to keep watch by the entrance, and he approaches the workers at the building site. It may serve as a distraction, but we don't have much time. I, too, can see the value of a kind gesture. Her eyes grow slightly shinier. Then I want you to protect my friend on their walk through the brighter woods. 'Tis nie as dangerous as it sounds, for our garden is in good health, but cautiousness will nie wound us. You may ever learn of it. Are there not enough guards for such a task? She glances at the workers who are sending you curious looks. We're keeping this deal between you and me. No questions, no explanations. Alright, when do we start? Does nie have to be right away. Once you're ready and of strong shell, head to the guards at the northern gates. Tell them you're looking for work, like a vagabond would do on any day. We'll warn them you're coming, but do so early mornings before noon. Alright, what should I expect? She tilts her staff forward and gives you an encouraging smile. Unlike the dark forest in the west and south, our garden has but a few hideouts for larger beasts. On most days, you'd only find rooting boars or napping deer or small critters hunting. 'Tis better to keep your distance, but be wary, for such beasts rarely roam on their own and are much smarter than most people expect. Alright, talk to the guards. She tilts her staff forward and gives you an encouraging smile. Unlike the dark forest in the west and south, our garden has but a few... Oh, I already did this. Okay. Farewell! Okay, so... It is like nappy nap time. Oh, and I've hit my 4 hours. Okay, let me just see. Right? Talk to guards. He does that. Main square. Innkeeper. Do I have food? We have some food. Mayor. Nothing. Okay, so it'd be sleepy times. So I'm gonna savey save. And we're gonna big save. Whoop, whoop. And then we're gonna call it a day. Because, oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Good stuff. Well, I feel like we're doing good. We might need a day or two more. But yeah. Thanks everyone for stopping in. I'm gonna raid out to the roomie if he's on. And I'll see you tomorrow. Zeus Massey. Bye-bye.